All right. Looks like everything is working, so I'm going to do the thing. I guess. Why is my controller not working? There we go. 20 hours, 38 minutes. Or so it says. Oh, okay, so yeah, at the start of this video, I gotta say, off stream, I did finish up the realm that I started the other night. I just basically killed all the monsters and came back. I didn't do much else. My team now technically works, although I had a thought about it. I had to think about it, and I've realized that this creature is doing basically nothing for me. So, like, after your creatures are healed, they have 10% chance to move to the top of the timeline, and the whole, when your creatures are attacked, their mending buffs heal them immediately. It's like that's kind of nice, but the way the team is now working, this is just not powerful enough. And so I should try to do something. I should try to do something more, you know, more impactful than that. Although the the problem that becomes, I have no idea. I have no idea what that thing should be. It has been a long day, and I am happy to sit down and just sort of chill with some old school team building TRPG stuff. So the first thing, honestly, that needs to happen is that I need to figure out a way to make my current strategy happen automatically for me. So I think I need to clear all these macros because they don't actually work anymore. What I need to do is have my Animatus doing things automatically with the macro. So he's Nightmare and Desecrate. Wait a second. Oh yeah, that's right, because he gets a copy of Slaughter from this guy. This guy who actually doesn't have to be dark necessarily, which may change the way in which I fuse. The way in which I fuse him in the future. Let me see. Alright. This guy should macro. And we need to make a macro. Macros, edit macro. Add line. If this creature is on turn 1, if this creature's on turn 1, cast slot. Wow, this list is going to start to become truly clunky after a while. This creature's on turn 1, cast Slaughter. Good. And then what is the question? I need to find some way of arranging, like... I need to find some way of arranging for that Animatus to basically, like, attack everybody. There's no, like, there's no dark spell that does this, right? There's no dark spell that just says you, like, trigger an attack against everybody. Or is there one that does, like, apply your damage to everybody... Apply your damage to everybody based on a stat. I'm trying to remember. Target's debuffs are removed and given to enemies at random. That could be pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything like that in the death class of spells, to be honest. When enemies take damage equal to 30% of the amount of health removed. I mean, that could be good. So it's probably in another number of times equal to the number of times your creature is resurrected. I mean, that's potentially good, right? We were saying that before. Really, we want something. Really, we want something that deals damage based on based on stats, because my Animatus is winding up with like 3,000 or more of all stats, basically. Speed instead of it. Well, you know what's funny is that, like, even if there's just a spell that does damage to all enemies in the dark group, I could potentially use that for now. Just to kill everybody, because the Animatus will have a ridiculous amount of int for the potency coefficient. But I don't think anything like that exists at the moment. Yeah, that just doesn't happen. I am currently getting a copy of Chain Lightning, because so the Animatus can, gets a copy of Chain Lightning, can cast a copy of Chain Lightning, and Chain Lightning, it's just Generosity. That copy comes with charges, I believe. So I guess I have to go and see. Oh, this is going to be all sorts of fun. So actually, this is really interesting. Time to see if I can rock the new content with my current team. So Animatus always goes first. Very nice, right? Doesn't have the most health on the team, but has the most speed by like a good amount. And has pretty much double the stats of everything else. So almost always goes first. So this actually I only get one charge on this. So the first thing I want to do is have my Animatus slaughter my entire team. And I've set text off here. And so you can see my Animatus getting, more and more max health. And then by the time that turn ends, and that turn takes a while to resolve, my Animatus now has like 4k max health with a, 2k attack is the lowest stat this thing has. And actually intelligence ends up having the most intelligence right now. Like 3.5k intelligence. That is wild, actually. I wonder if that's because right now it's fusing at the beginning with this thing, and this thing just has a ridiculous amount of int. I don't know. Anyway. This thing could cast Chain Lightning, but what is the int on this thing? 495, so it's not that great, so... Really just like rabid dementia. And that guy attacks 3 people and instantly they die. That thing's in... Yeah. It's, it's a bit of an outlier, right? Like 300 of all of the other stats. So one of the reasons why is because the artifact, the staff that I put on this guy, it's just, he's int man. The thing is that I didn't, I'm not sure that, I don't think that has anything to do with what ends up, when my Animatus fuses on turn 1 or pre-battle with this creature, I don't think that the artifact matters at all for that. Or it shouldn't, in theory. So this guy can cast Chain Lightning and kill everything. Yeah, see. Really, I want, This is probably the coziest realm that, that I've been in so far. It's bright, kind of cheerful. The tile set is hideously repetitive, but so aren't they all. But it's kind of cozy and cheerful, and okay, so the first turn takes forever. And the music is kind of quaint. Obviously not great, but still kind of okay. Alright, this guy... So yeah, anything that the Animatus attacks like that just dies. I wonder if I can give my... I wonder if it should be the job of every other creature to be casting Rabid Dementia, basically, on my Animatus at all times. And then just do things like have my Animatus have spells that activate when it attacks, that apply its stats as damage, basically. Because I know stuff like that exists. So anyway. I obtained a conch shell. What are you looking at? Look at you, bucko. Must complete your realm. Your realm quest. You can do that. What is happening here? Like, why does my Animatus have so many, like so much barrier or whatever right now? Wish I knew what was going on. This thing starts with such low int, actually. I wonder if the stats end up the same every single time. Like, I want to check. I think my other creatures all are int biased. And because what's really happening is that he's gaining a percentage of their stats. I think that's basically causing the stat washing to have a really strong int bias. Oh yeah, because so the perk, both the perk and the Dark Embrace, is causing it to gain like 75% of the stats of the other creatures, right? But the thing about that is that does account for wow, that's a very angry conch shell or whatever. The thing about that is that stat absorption does actually totally account for things like the Giga Int staff that I've put on my my other character there. So that guy is definitely getting a significant amount more int than anything else as he's absorbing all the stats. Interesting. Most of these combats, I don't think I need the slaughter shenanigans right now, but it's funny that I've managed to set it up in such a way that it allows me to do that every turn, and so for now, I'm kind of... So I think the thing that I need to do, for sure, at the start at the very least, is, like, set up the macro that's, like, definitely do slaughter. I don't know really what to do post-slaughter, though. It feels like slaughter is the win condition, like... Slaughter, and then what in the heck? Oh, I see. I had my my guy there use slaughter, which is really funny because this guy now has 5k stats. I meant to have him use Rabid Dementia, but he didn't. So this Chain Lightning should one-shot everything because that guy's got a billion stats. So Slaughter feels like this really fun win condition because it basically goes off right away. Everybody comes back. Basically just powers up the team. Definitely, I end up with a very, very powerful Animatus at the end of it, which is cool. Like, I mean, by powerful, I guess I mean it's got a lot of stats, which seems like maybe a 1-to-1 corollary for power in this game. Find the imps and take their crab helmets? Is that real? Alright. I need to find some way of leveraging the results of my Animatus having 9 million all stats. So that is what we are now on the lookout for. I have landed on a situation where... What is going on? Come on. I've landed on a situation where... So I should probably be looking at what's going on anyway. Single target spell on one of your creatures. This creature has a 50% chance to cast the spell on a random enemy. You could fuse these to create a pretty reliable anti-caster, I guess. Oh, Frey. How's it going, man? I am home again and have daiquiri ingredients. Nice. Awesome, dude. Have a good time. I'm like, I feel bad. I want to be there for your birthday. Hopefully we can do some kind of like sketching session where I do like, I redline your chibi or whatever, and that really, really helps when we can hang out for a little while tomorrow night or something. After an enemy casts a spell on all its allies. Your creatures as well. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Lime and blood orange, nice. So have you seen the Animatus shenanigans yet? Frey, I don't know if you were like, caught that. It is pretty funny. I have arrived at like my combo is actually going off. I don't really know what I'm doing with it yet, but it's fucking funny, and that's what matters. Awesome. I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I'd want to do something, but I don't know what to do for you because you like. I wouldn't want to be shopping for you. That would be a hard one. Like, what do I get him? Shell done damage. Shell, yeah, that's good. Not to offer but my affection. That's exactly. I'm like, damn it. If I were there, I would give you so many hugs. And we would have a drink together and maybe play some video games. And that would be like that would be like my way to birthday in your general direction. Happy cake day, dude. So I have to actually, if you're here for another second, I will set this up really quickly so that I can show you what kind of fucking nonsense is actually happening. So I'm gonna turn the texts back on for just a second and go find a combat. So on turn 1, I have my Animatus slaughter all of its allies, and then this happens. And it just keeps happening. Just... This is my Animatus gaining a bunch of stats and causing the enemies to subsequently lose a bunch of stats. And this becomes a problem when you leave the battle text on, which is why I have turned the battle text off. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, right? Sound design. That's why I've turned down. Sounds are really low, hopefully, on the stream, but also like I'm getting rid of that battle text ASAP. Again, because... But anyway, because my Animatus gains stats when all of my allies die, and because I've rinsed that through several mechanics and had him like reapply it to the, like, he inversely applies it to the enemy attributes. What ends up happening post all of that nonsense is that my Animatus now has, like, you know, 3 to 4k of all of his stats compared to like the other creatures, and the other creatures now post Animatus shenanigans have, like, you know, double-digit stats instead of 400 or 500 of all stats. My guys still have, you know, fairly on par, like on curve stats for the area that they're at. So, and then I guess cast Rabid Dementia on my on my Animatus, and he just punches things to death. But it's really fun. Like it's fun and funny at the moment, but it's not really necessary for me to do that. And so I'm having kind of a weird relationship with it at the moment, because I've gone through all this effort to make it work. Lister, God of Fortune. The cheek fondling incident. A short creature who talks funny. Okay. Yeah, this has got to be my favorite realm so far, which is just not saying much. Like, well, it actually definitely says more. The Past to Shaq team of all time. Yeah, you know, it is kind of like that. Gems of Elder Drag. Target takes a large amount of damage, and other enemies take 30% of this damage. Okay. It's kind of like that. I want it to be like that, but I don't have the supporting, mechanics are not quite in place yet. It's like Rabid Dementia is really cool. If I have every creature cast Rabid Dementia on the Animatus, and the Animatus attacks, you know, twice with 200%, you know, 200% attack, that's great. But, like, honestly, at this point, the Animatus is ending up with more, there's at least one decent joke in there. Yeah, no, I chuckled as well with the guy, the cheek fondling. The cheek fondling line was at least pretty amusing, considering you reach out to touch every statue. But like, what was I saying? I don't really know how to leverage the Animatus's like super high stats to like convert that to damage on the enemies. Other than, like, obviously, I mean, I can just have it cast spells for the time being. And since spells are potency based on int, that will technically work, but it feels so silly, because right now I can just kind of chain lightning things to death, right? Like, there's no real need for me to do anything else. Like, I just keep casting chain lightning and everything dies. Right? I don't really need to do the Animatus slaughter roulette. But what fun is it if my Animatus doesn't slaughter everything? I've got to rename my Animatus to like Rabid Murder Dog at some point or something. Doesn't have like claws or something. It can attack, like it can just attack, but and that's based on its attack stat. But like if you the rest of my team actually tends to be higher int than anything else. So right now, once this first turn is over, right, what happens is that my Animatus actually ends up with, if I look at it, ends up with like 3,500 int, like 3,600 int. But everything else is actually lower than that. So like even if I have him attack, like if I go like Rabid Dementia, this guy will attack. He'll attack twice with 200% attack, but that's still attack relative to all of his other stats. Like his int being the highest stat, it makes me want to like have him. Plus, it would be great if I could find some passive way for him to deal damage based on like the mean of his attributes or something. Do the bard thing. So like have him attack based on, you know, other stats instead. See, that just kind of makes it clunky though. After this creature's attacked, it deals damage to all enemies equal to 30% of damage taken. Because like what I really want is a way to convert his attributes directly to damage, and I'm 100% sure that such a thing exists. 100,000,000% sure. I know that we saw a spell the other night we caught as you were flipping through your spell list, Elizabeth, that does damage straight up based on 1 or 2 attributes. And I'm sure that there are traits and stuff that just, you know, cause him to like apply damage based on X or Y attribute, just for passing turn or something like that. I feel like I saw one that said it does damage based on all of the ats. See, that would be awesome. Each enemy has 50% chance to start battle with sleeping. That's enemies start sleeping. Oh boy, that's... If I ran into that on the enemy team, that could be rough. The amount of bullshit I'm going to end up having to deal with. See, my team is not quite together enough for me to feel confident. Make an offering, huh? Make an offering of resources. 250 of each resource. Handsomely rewarded. 100 favor. Okay, I mean... 250 of each resource is really not bad considering what you have to pay. So you get like 1,000 power for favor. And how much favor is that? 150 favor for 1,000 power? Versus like 1,000 equally distributed resource for 100 favor? It's not bad. These statues are definitely not bad anyway. Yeah, this is probably the first chill track that I've encountered. It ain't bad. It's less horrible to listen to than the rest of the OST. Teleport back to Siralim. 2 projects to turn in. Thank goodness. Alright, we got Windrunner. And we got Toxicologist. Cool. I want Blacksmith 5. And I want increased maximum projects. Like, just have to have those. I can't have anything else. So I'm still working on one. So is that right? Yeah, we got the refinery as well that I'm working on, which is just allows you to mess with your resources in ways that seemed like they would be fun. Oh, so let's have a little bit of a think here. To go to traits, I want to search like it needs to deal damage, but this is going to be so ubiquitous. This is going to be such a ubiquitous search that I'm going to be here all day. Yeah, there's 6 pages. This creature deals extra damage equal to the amount of int it has greater than its target. See, that could be really good for something like this if I was just gonna have him throw out attacks after one of your creatures is damaged. Yeah, but all doesn't work because of the way that it tends to list attributes. Like, you see how this is listing like four attributes? It actually lists them out. Otherwise, I would absolutely do that. It never just says all attributes. It just lists them. So, this is actually one of the traits that I was wondering, like, if there was a way for me to put it on my Animatus, because it just causes him to lash out and kill any ally that drops below 40% HP, but it's also kind of silly. I don't think it necessarily... There's no reason to do it. Slaughter works just fine. Monsters can only be rezzed a maximum of 10 times per combat, so... See, something like this. After an ally attacks, this creature deals damage to the target equal to 35% of its attack. Like, that is a way to get this guy applying his attack as damage to the enemy team when it's not even this creature's turn. Which is fantastic, and that's the sort of thing that I need. This creature... So I guess I should probably, like, screenshot this. Actually, I need to screenshot the whole thing, apparently, because it won't, Uh-oh. I don't have the correct Obsidian notebook open, so I need the Obsidian Vault. There it is. Gaming. Let's go. Oh yeah, I'm right there. Boom. So if I just paste that right in. I want to start to... I'm starting to... Gonna try to start remembering all these useful ones, because there's just too many traits and whatnot in this game. Even when I chunk it up the way that I tend to remember them as abstract systems, it just doesn't work because it's not easily searchable. 10 is such a weird number. I've gone for like 6 reses for 7 lives. 7 is a magic number, or 8 reses for 9 lives. Yeah, 10 is just like... you know... I mean, we've got a 10 number system, right? So... Can't remember what that's called. But yeah. I have no idea why they would do that otherwise. Enemies with fear deal 60% less damage with attacks. At the end of each ally's turn, this creature attacks a random enemy for 30% normal damage. See, that's awesome as well. Death Spite. See, fortunately, I've got to... So I'm trying to use Obsidian Canvas for this for the first time. The canvas is weird when I'm streaming because I have my biggest monitor up on. I've got both my big monitors are kind of taken up by one's by Streamlabs and one is by the game itself. So, but see, this is a way to get the Animatus attacking when it's not his turn. So you basically want like the Animatus doing stuff because what you do is you lump all of you're basically like spending quite a lot to get this engine online, and what this engine does is it passes to Shaq, right? It puts all the strength of your team, like centralizes it on the Animatus. And the Animatus is a great place to centralize your power because it's immune to debuffs in regular combat and reses and has a bunch of features that basically enable that. However, if you don't have a way to like leverage that, then you've put a ton of attributes on a creature and you're not really getting, much out of it. 90% of damage delayed till the start of its next turn. There's got to be like, that seems extremely abusable. But I don't know how yet. The Koloss Firebrand health differential damage thing looks okay too. Not enough for me to mark it down, I don't think. Decimal number system, yeah. Yes. After this creature attacks, 100%, does 100% of that damage to the target. Okay, so it's like just deals double damage. But like the second, this would be indirect. Like it repeats the damage, but as indirect damage. All creatures deal 50% more damage. This trait does not stack. 70% less indirect damage. Oh, this is so much. The phrasing is kind of inconsistent as well throughout, so it's really hard to know. Like they use resurrect in some places, and they use like when a creature dies, and then they use like when a creature is killed in others for what I assume are fairly synonymous situations, and so it's really difficult to tell. Fragile Immortality seems like just borderline broken to me, honestly. But it has no synergy whatsoever with my Animatus. Anything like this that treats my creature like it has 100% more of an intelligent of a stat is crazy. After one of your creatures is killed, they cast 5 random spells. See, like, I should honestly be trying to figure out stuff like this. Let's go with like traits here. How do I make the text bigger though? So anyway, I'll line up all my traits that I'm looking at over here. That looks crazy for the slaughter build, honestly. the thing about casting 5 random spells. In addition, this creature is immune to damage while its allies are alive. See, putting that on the Animatus seems pretty good, but what happens if, like, it casts some kind of suicide spell? Like that, there's nothing, as far as I know, there's nothing preventing that happening. So, Giant's Destruction, Nature, and less from them. See, and that's for after this creature attacks. So you can combine that with stuff like attacks every time an ally's turn ends or whatever. And, like, what was that other one? It's after one of your creatures is killed. No. After an ally attacks, this creature deals damage. Okay. And then there's at the end of each ally's turn, this creature attacks. For 30% normal damage. But, like, and then this is scaled based on the attack. But the thing is that doesn't matter if you're doing a bunch of stuff based on attacks happening. Like, if you're casting spells based on attacks happening. And those spells could be potentially based on your attributes. But, like, that's good enough that I'm tempted to, like, just put them next to each other just to remind myself. Let me see. Resurrected with 50% health. Gain barrier. Each turn your dumplings have taken. Damage addition, yeah, damage equal to 35% of its current health is really nice, but again, and that's another one of those hunter ones. It gains 50% of its lowest stat is pretty good considering, but I just don't think any of this is really. I think what I need is to look at crazy spells. This creature attacks and casts spells 3 additional times. After this creature takes damage, it is sent to the bottom of the timeline. See, that could be a real problem, though. Attacks and casts spells 3 additional times. Like, what if you combine this with something like... What if you combine this with something like, at the end of each ally's turn, this creature attacks a random enemy? Does it attack 3 additional times? It must, right? Or, like, what if you could find a way to have it... casting a spell on a trigger, like whenever somebody attacks or something like that. See, that could be good. After an enemy dodges an attack, this creature deals damage to all enemies equal to 35% of its intelligence. See, that sort of thing is pretty good. For each buff each enemy has. Be activated once per turn. Now, see, I feel like that's a worse version of a spell that I've seen. Not a spell, but a trait that I've seen before. Immune to damage doesn't come from attacks or spells. After your creatures are damaged... What the fuck? Creature none, material none. Boss trait. Okay. I was like, what is this? I don't even... I was like, this should go on every team. But I guess not. Oops. This creature target can target invisible creatures, and your creatures deal 100. Yeah, okay. Spell gems deal 30% more each time they cast the current battle. This trait does not stack. Your creatures start battle with poisoned. Figure it out someday. After your creatures manually cast a spell, this creature deals damage to all enemies equal to 30% of its intelligence. Now, see, that is wacky. And that's like tempting for me to do something like getting that trait hooked up on the Animatus as a means of leveraging its intelligence. For example. Kind of weird with regards to like silence though. Right? Like if my guys are silenced, then that becomes difficult. If this creature takes damage, do 100% of the damage taken. Percent of its attack to the enemy. This creature's attacked. Recompense after this creature is attacked, deals damage to all enemies. Yeah. Based on the damage taken is not great for what I am trying to do. Takes 50% of the damage in place of your other creatures from attacks and spells. See, something like that could also be potentially good on the Animatus. And maybe even good when combined with the Nephilim. Like the Nephilim shield and then the Animatus. Does additional damage equal to damage taken. These are the bard. These are all the bard ones. After your creatures take damage, your other creatures take 25% of this damage as well. Yeah, that's the Nephilim shield bearer. Man, deal 70% of damage to adjacent enemies. Dead creatures. So, I want to check something real quick. At the start of the battle, your creatures gain Murder of Crows. Takes damage from any source. It has a 30% chance to cast one of its own spells. Could set something like that up. I think actually the easiest way to leverage this may just be to invest in this. Corpse Explosion deals 50% more damage for each dead enemy. So, like, I get the feeling that you can get that to chain and kill everything, so that all you need really is for your Animatus to kill one one enemy, and then the Animatus could potentially just like explode every lineup, which is the sort of speed condition that I'm looking for, because right now it's a very clunky build based on kind of a meme mechanic. And let me see. Let's go to the codex and look at the spell, and let me see if I can search Corpse Explosion. If I cannot search Corpse Explosion, I am going to be just a little bit sad. No, backspace, corpse. No results found. Fucking really? Maybe if I spec it, right? Like, unfortunately, can't quite do that yet. That's okay. I bet once I clear this this realm, I will get the 50 points that they always give you and be able to. Oh wow! This thing actually went before my Animatus. How much speed do you have? 1100. Okay, well I've got 1400. So how did that happen? Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. So it had more speed before the death. So we'll just kill everything. Let the Animatus so-call the stats. Take about 500 million turns. And then you can have this guy cast Rabid Dementia. There we go. Yeah, so a little clunky and manual at the moment because I'm not sure how I want to automate it. But I think it's going to become very fun very quickly. Basically. So, start this creature's turn against defense equal to 50% of its attack. Yeah, there's not quite what I want is not quite available yet. So I'm gonna. Oh, the second time I've done that. Did this guy not keep his stats? He kept his stats, but not his health. What happened to the health? Like, after this guy slaughtered him, something very bad happened to my Animatus' health. Very confused. I mean, we win, but... like... come on. That was awfully weird. Enemies take a large amount of damage plus 20% more damage for each different class of creature fighting on your side. Okay, I mean, that's really interesting. It's like, that's something you can definitely use to nuke the absolute shit out of people with rainbow teams. Let it drink. Here we go. I wonder what that red tiger does, actually. So hopefully it doesn't die right away or anything. Yeah, I feel like turn 1 caster blasters are a lot smoother than stuff like this, but... enemies attack if they have 40% less attack. Huh. That could actually basically just be terrible. Okay. Yeah, so my Animate is getting completely punked by, like, damage return. I've checked all these out. They are, like, interesting anti anti-caster tech, these dragons. I feel like I'm this close to having my team kind of be where I want it, but it's just not. It's missing the leverage this element to win combats effectively piece. Pandemonium King knowledge, yeah. Unfortunately, don't know how to get like Pandemonium King mana, right? Like nobody does, so I'm kind of okay with. I don't really know. Like, it seems like eventually having all of the favor is good. So we want to start grinding in that direction at some point. Animatus does a shit ton of damage now. Target gains a massive amount of speed. Massive. So if I cast that after my if I were to put that on my Animatus and cast it after many of us have said the same thing about our teams until that one trader monster shows up that makes us revamp our team. Yeah, I'm not gonna change the underlying foundation. Like, I'm doing what I want to do here already. It's just a matter of like, I need to find a way to apply attributes to the enemy's face. Like, I found a way to sap the enemies of their attributes for the attributes that I'm gaining, which works out just fine. Like, that part of the combo is making me really happy. After this creature attacks, it also deals damage to other enemies equal to 40% of its attack. See, that's cool. But it's not like double attack, to be honest. Like there is a multi attack trait, obviously, but like this part works just fine, right? Basically, we slaughter everybody, the triggers all go off. Animatus ends up with a bajillion of all stats, and the enemies wind up with very little in the way of stats, because of how much the Animatus has gained. And then Rabid Dementia is still a really good combo. Granted, I can potentially like own myself on damage return, but I need something smoother than all that, honestly, something slightly more automatic, something that's like gonna happen as I'm gaining stats or something like that. I don't see myself pivoting away from the feed the Animatus slaughter elemental strategy. Why does this guy not have chain lightning this time around? Like, things are working pretty well, but I want to find a slightly smoother combat flow. Like I'm so tentative about like the order of operations that things are happening in right now that I'm not even really willing to commit to a macro. What do you have for shops of Crackle? Target takes a moderate amount of damage and is afflicted with confused. Yeah. Not terribly impressed. Dream Touch. After this creature attacks, it afflicts the target with sleeping. In addition, your creature's attacks never wake up enemies that have sleeping. That's pretty good. These are really good. Sleeping becomes a really good CC with that trait. I'm wondering what sorts of new optimizations are going to make themselves available with the refinery. Some more perk points. A yellow portal. Guess I could put that over my my realm gate or whatever. We gotta play do like a home decor session. Maybe I'll do an art stream where I do like a painting for my team or something like that at some point soon. Once I'm like sure about my creatures, I think. Rename. I would like to rename my creature. I know that this is possible. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Slaughter. Oops. Slaughter. Slaughter elemental. There we go. That makes me feel better. Okay. Now that I got that out of my system, everything is good again. Oh yeah, this is the boss. Get him. Get him. None of these like does anything for me, right? Okay. Ho he hoo ha. It seems that Imp Impington recognizes you. Imp Impington Prime. Oh. That's fascinating. Alright, let's see what's going on here just so I don't walk into an insta-kill. Not their turn. Boon of the he who hey ho. Hoo ha ha. That seems like a very bad trait. All it does is hoo ha ha. I'm really not sure what to make of it. All enemies equal to 30% of the damage taken. That sucks. After your creatures gain a stat other than attack, they gain 50% of that stat as attack as well. Oh, that seems good. That seems like something I should potentially snapshot immediately. And put over in my Obsidian notes. Because if I could just centralize all the stat gain on attack, like without even having to build attack-based stuff, that's cool. And then I could potentially leverage attack. But like I said, I'm not 100% sure on like what exactly, like how exactly to leverage these stats anyway. Gonna have to hopefully kill the random guy first, or the... Okay, so whole team could die right now. You ready? Nope, not yet, apparently. Cast Chain Lightning. Still didn't kill anyone. Cast Chain Lightning again. Okay, not yet. Let's just keep casting Chain Lightning, I guess. This should kill everybody. No? I like it. I like it. The Animatus revival is like saving my life in a lot of cases, and I think that's probably gonna be that's probably pretty par for the course. Take a walk through the desert until you reach the grassland and handle the rest from there. Okay, blah blah blah. It's difficult. Stumble upon some grassy plains. You should return to Everett. You bet. Okay. It's probably going to be pretty par for the course to have my animation. My animatus res save me. All right, good luck with the raid, man. I hope everybody like overperforms and nobody causes any problems. You know, I wish you an ideal raid. Good luck. I'm mad because like there are certain things about the cheeky nature of this game that I really hate that seem like scathing and ironic and derisive and vitiating and debase the player, like make you feel really bad for playing the game. But then there are other elements of like the fourth wall breaking sarcasm of the main character that are actually just cleverly written and feel like pretty good in context. It's not like, I mean, irony is great, right? Everybody appreciates a good sense of humor and like a good joke, but I feel like specifically making it's not even making jokes. Like the stupid thing with the quest log where it's like go do this pointless shit doesn't feel good and it's not funny. So I don't know. Anyway. We now have this. And that may be exactly what I need to so manually casting is not my forte here. Can I now search? Can I now search for corpse explosion? No? Okay then. I will just continue to chill then. I wonder if it's a death spell. I feel like it should be, but it's not gonna be, probably. It's probably just gonna be an ethereal. Oh, wait. Nope. Man. Slaughter Elemental, the Animatus. I think the Barrens might be my favorite realm that you don't need a project to unlock. Oh no! Spoilers! Nah, I'm just fucking with you. I don't care that much. I just didn't know you needed projects to unlock realms yet. Yeah, it's death. The one from the perk is an autocast. Oh, you're good, dude. You're good. Don't sweat it. It was not an effortful thing. It's death. The one from the perk is an autocast. There's no gem for it. It's death. It's death. So like, okay, it's death. Well, if it's death type, then what's happening is this guy's second trait, death spells as if they have 100% more int, is going to make this really fucking funny, right? And I kind of just want to go out and check, like figure it out. I promised I was going to be doing realm instability things once I got my team together, but I'm not entirely like my team is not together, if that makes sense. I hope I'm not stretching the definition here. Oh, I should definitely have inspected some guys. Oh yeah, that part will work well. Yeah. Wait. Guys are being prevented from rezzing, I think. All effects that activate when a creature's die will activate one additional time. This trait does not stack. Creatures are resurrected. 3 enemies are afflicted with stone. Activate when a creature provokes. This creature takes 2% less damage from attacks for every 1% health it is missing. 2% less damage from attacks for every 1%. I'm ahead of you? Crazy. Absolutely correct. I don't think I started running instability till after depth 100. Well, no, I'm just saying I'm not stretching the definition of, like, what I said I would do. I'm not trying to contradict myself here. The team is not, like... despite the finally having, like, the mechanic setup that I want, where everybody's dying and feeding the Animatus. I can't figure out what in the fuck, Shouldn't my Animatus have, like, double the stats right now? Does he? It doesn't look like it. Why is everybody still dead? Why did they not res? I feel like I need to know. Oh no. It's a big, crazy... One hit, everybody's one hit killed. So why did my, why did my Ashin guy just not happen? Like, what? Why did this artifact trait not go off? Resurrected with 100% health. Should have gone off, right? Well, this guy goes off. Like this, I've tested this 100 times. It works. Have any time to give the Pokemon stuff a read? Not yet. Actually, what happened since the last time that well, today I spent a bunch of time arranging appointments for my grandfather, basically. And then so yesterday was my my weekly meetup with my homeboys from halfway across the states. So unfortunately not. I've had busy days. I usually do. But I do have it bookmarked. I do have it bookmarked, and I am intending to look at it. Busy is good. Busy is busy. Busy being good, I think, is context dependent. And I tend to be okay with busy, but check the enemy traits. They might have res hate. That's what I was looking at. I was trying to figure that out. But I don't... Universal recall. See, I don't know what the spells do. All effects that activate when a creature dies will activate one additional time. But, like, I don't know how that would have interfered with, if in any way that would have interfered with this. I don't think so. Splashing on damage, resurrection, ignis fatuus schism. Like if it's some kind of spell that activates Transcendence, Requiem, and Evangelism, if it's some kind of spell that activates like automatically or something like that, I have no idea, you know? Like I just have no idea. in that case, because I don't know what all the spells do off the top of my head just yet. Blade Bulwark, Resurrection, Spectral Crash. So I have no idea. I have no idea what caused my guys to not res. But I think at this point I just have to Chain Lightning. And they should all die. Not seeing anything that should, neither am I. And I've seen it go off a million times before. Like, I know that it usually works. 75% more health. Creature deals 10% more damage for spells for each charge. The spell jump's missing. Resurrected 3 enemies are afflicted with frozen. Okay, so, like, this should work this time. Like, let's go. So, slaughter. And I hold the button. And after all the stats are done. Yeah, see, they all come back. That's how it's supposed to be. That has been how it's been, like, every time. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I can't see the battle history. Actually, I can, right? Battle history. There we go. Rabid Dementia now kills everything because of Corpse Explosion. Thunderstruck Phoenix was killed, then Corpse Explosion goes off, was killed. And that's because Corpse Explosion was doing their maximum damage every time, basically. But it was... Corpse Explosion killed the first one, but then it kept ramping because it does 50% more for every enemy that's killed. Now, why doesn't it tell me when it's recasting Corpse Explosion? Or does Corpse Explosion kill every single... Like, does Corpse Explosion deals damage to all of them? But because it deals damage in a sequence, that one cast of Corpse Explosion actually, after it gets the first kill, is then amplified in its next bit of damage, and that, like, dynamically updates as it's dealing damage, I bet. That's crazy, actually. Yeah, Rabid Dementia is actually really good, and my build is, like, online now. Corpse Explosion is fucking nuts. Let's see what some of these new guys are doing. Intercepts enemies' attacks on its allies. I really wish I knew what that meant. I'm guessing that somehow, like, under the hood that works slightly differently from, like, attacks are redirected to this creature. All creatures take 50% less damage. This trait does not stack. No, even though it shows them taking damage in sequence, it deals it all at once. I'm tempted to say something really harsh sounding, like you're just wrong. But I'm interested to know, like, what it is that you're explaining, like how you would explain the amplifying damage in that case. Because what's happening is, like, yes, no, it's dealing it all in one damage, like all in one combat step, but it has to be checking for the number of dead creatures at every interval. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been, like, it went very linearly. It went like 2,500 damage, 4,500 damage, 6,500 damage, 9,000 damage. So it's clearly accounting for, like, the number of dead guy multiplier at every step, which means that it's rechecking at every time it goes to deal damage. It doesn't, like, calculate it all on the first explosion. Like, if it calculated it all on the first explosion, then dealt it all before, like, without checking at the beginning of every damage application, then it wouldn't deal more damage sequentially. Does that make sense? It has to be checking. Like, because it dealt more damage on the second, and then more damage on the third, and then more damage on the fourth, and so on, because of the greater number of dead creatures. I hope I'm, like... It went from 5,100 down to 2,880. It's because their defense values are different? I don't remember that happening. No, I can't go back. I wonder if I can repeat the process here. I thought it just went up. And I mean, if their defense values are that different, then... I mean, that definitely can happen. Like, defense values definitely seem variable in this game. It's kind of crazy that Corpse Explosion deals so much. Sorry, deals damage to everybody. I mean, even in that case, that's really insane. So is that just like... In that case... Man, I want to check. I want to see that happen again. But this is going to be a weird one, because if this guy dies, then suddenly everybody's going to take more damage. After this creature attacks, it afflicts the target with Scorned and Disarmed. Huh. Is that just like a better version of something that I've seen before? After your creatures are resurrected, 3 enemies are afflicted with Frozen. That seems good. Like, excuse me? Seems like I should put that on my team. After your creatures are resurrected, they have a 50% chance to be placed at the top of the timeline. That also seems really good. Do I just merge these guys and do a Phoenix on my team? But yeah, that does potentially check out. Pyro, thanks for explaining. I will have to pay attention to sort out whether or not that's the case. So what do we have for defense here? 7, 7, 3, 8, 5, 3. So a good blend between... That's like a range from 3 to 8, right? Pretty much. So more than double, so that would be like more than... So we'll get like one number that's half of another number. Or less, actually. Let me see. I've got to slaughter everyone first. We could just make a Phoenix bird. Put on this team. That'd be good. Rabid Dementia should kill everyone. That's actually pretty crazy. Okay, let's see. Corpse Explosion. Okay, so the first two are the same. The Apis Charger took less. That maps. No, that maps, you're right. I just got misled by sample size of 1 and pattern seeking mammal brain. Fuck. Oh well. Honestly, that's fine. It's still like ridiculously good. Allows you to craft a Gem of Erratium at Enchanter. Your creatures gain a random trait and are afflicted with Disarmed. Isn't there one that just gains a random trait and doesn't have that drawback? Again, like, confused. After your creatures are resurrected, enemies take damage equal to 50% of this creature's speed. Excuse me? Well, that seems to be the one right there. Okay, yeah. We're gonna have to snap that, thank you. Snap that and put it over here. There must be like creatures don't get rezzed, just as a trait. All effects that activate when a creature dodges will activate 1 additional time. All effects that activate when a creature provokes will activate 1 additional time. Accepts enemy attacks on all its allies. Activate when a creature dodges. Yeah, that's these two. Okay. Yikers. Slaughter. Yeah, at this point, that would be great for the creature that shares a trait with the Animatus, since it will... Well, yeah, that is literally what that's why I was looking at it. Since it will have all those bonus stats. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping to do. It can either be on the one that shares a trait, or it can be on the one that fuses. Either way. This is currently my one that shares a trait. because... And this Death Spite was really just like, I don't have a good filler for this. But so for right now we've got Blessing from Below and Dark Embrace on the Animatus. And then the Motivation Artifact. So like it's gonna be hard to squeeze that in, but that definitely makes it happen right away, you know, like that makes the whole we actually Rabid Dementia without a kill there? Excuse me? Apis Defender took 84 damage. Wait a second. What? Your Slaughter elemental attacks, Apis Defender took 0 damage. Okay. You only have 500 defense. I have 300 attack and was Rabid Dementia. Why you take no damage? It must have been... Oh yeah, it was this. It was Shell, right? Negates the next incoming attack. Okay. Oops. I may just die because of that. That's definitely a mispress. One thing that's going to be really, really nice about getting my macros set up. It honestly does not matter how I trigger the first death of the fight now that I have Corpse Explosion. Okay, is this a new genie? I think this is a new genie. This creature provokes, it deals damage to enemies equal to 5% of its int for each ethereal spell gem it has. Okay, so it gets a shit ton of ethereal spell gems, and just does like 100% of its int to everything by provoking. Well, effects that activate when a creature dies. Yeah, so like putting this... or the speed one. Speed one activates on res though, not on death. I'm trying to find the pieces and remember them. Luckily, I've got an Obsidian canvas file over here with some stuff on it. So, okay, it happened again. Why? Why did that happen? My creature just did not res. I mean, Chain Lightning is sealed? Like, the Animatus still just blows everything up, but... I get the feeling it's got something to do with that, like, effects that happen on death happen one more time, but I don't know how that's interfering. If you could find the trait material, it would go good in the Animatus artifact. Yeah, I agree. Because as good as, like, motivation is, it's not nearly as good as that apply your speed to the enemy's face. What is this? Oh yeah, I remember seeing that guy. Let's see if our trigger actually works this time. I feel like something is going wrong with the order of operations that things are happening with them. Whenever that death effect creature is on the board. I'm not entirely sure how. This creature's attack is added to its health and defense, then its attack is set to its minimum value. Okay. So this creature goes ahead with a big boy attack. Big boy health defense stat. It's a tank, right? That's really all that's going on with that. It's a tank that like leeches its attack stat out to its other stats, which is interesting. Fens will activate 1 additional time. All these Rift Dancers do that. It's interesting. I have to know, for example, if something like enchanting a gem with chance to activate on attack or chance to activate on defend will, like, proc an extra time with Fan Dance. Very important. Caster kills its allies. Let's go. We are trying to have fun. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the build is like hugely online regarding like now that Corpse Explosion is the damage driver. I am rocking my specialization. All right, let's see. Target takes a moderate amount of damage and its buffs are removed. Cool. Corpse Explosion basically automatically kills everything with the current setup because of the way that the potency works. Of course, that can be stuffed by various effects, but... Alright. Let's see, the on-death creature is not present, so it should work. It should come back. The, like, double death effect. No, it did not come back. Oh, my Animatus is, Uh-oh. My Animatus seems to be permanently frozen. Okay. I wonder why... Like, I wonder why... my Animatus is not... Like, I wonder why my character's not coming back to life. I don't really understand. It's a really dangerous failure mode, though. Lost attack too many times this turn. Okay, wait, so the stats, let me see this again. Oh, you know what's funny is that I'm definitely getting hard capped. I think if it procs, it would proc a second time, but that's just a guess. Well, yeah, the problem is that, like, having that proc a second time shouldn't have any deleterious effect or preventative effect that I can tell. Creatures can attack, cast, receive. Lose stats, take damage, receive healing a maximum of 15 times per turn. Okay, so basically I'm getting stuffed with slaughter because So Slaughter is actually not working out as good as I thought. What happens is it goes left to right, stacks up because we have... So I get the stats for the first two because we have 5. So 5, 10, 15, right? So what's happening? I'm getting like 5 of these stats come to me, 5 of these stats come to me, 5 of these stats come to me. I actually think these are proccing separately. Okay, that's a good reason to get rid of blessing from below. Right? Because what's happening is that... So I'm riding this too tightly. This Terra White was a good idea, like, this is a good thought, right? But it actually doesn't work out very well because what happens is that for each creature that's going down, Thrive on Death is proccing. And I'm guessing, based on the battle history, that it's actually... So we got Thrive on Death, Thrive on Death, Thrive on Death, right? Dark Embrace. Let me see. Dark Embrace is this trait, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's take one more look here. Slaughter Elemental gains speed from Abomination. Abomination being... After this creature gains stats, your other creatures that don't have this trait gain 25%. Okay, so we have run into a substantial bottleneck based on like rules that I did not pay enough attention to. Which is that, honestly, so if we're lumping up my Animatus, what's happening right now is that I'm getting a bunch of worthless and or smaller procs. Abomination and Dark Embrace, there it is, are both actually considerably wimpier than Thrive on Death. Like, they're just not nearly as good, but they're stuffing my stat gain per turn, which means that I need to actually get rid of the creature that... since I really kind of want a one-turn punch thing, like, as much as I can get it. And so what we want is... We want the Phoenix, probably. We want the Resurrection thing. So we need to replace Terror White with /Phoenix or something to prevent stat gain slot stuffing. There we go. And that's very, very important. I bid you greetings. I'm impressed that you were able to survive the cruel nature of the Barrens thus far. Comprehensively hot, the night's cold enough to freeze death. You shouldn't tell. Just that you walked fewer than a dozen steps straight to your altar. Instead, you ask if she can point you in the right direction to reach the grasslands. Unsullied meadows. Why must everything be such a convoluted pain in the ass is my daily experience. It's really true. There's only one way. You must dispel the person's sinister shroud reality. Okay. Okay, cool. I actually really like this realm and that god, so we are in a good place. Vitality Explosion. Target takes damage equal to the amount of maximum health it has greater than its base amount. Okay. There we go. That's nice. We are doing it. Favor for Yestros. So I think I've basically figured out a way to massively improve the build just over the past realm and a half. Like it's going to get so much stronger so soon. It's actually crazy. I bet my creatures don't res. Is it just every other battle? Yep. Look at that. Look at them just not... Why did this artifact not go off the first time in battle? It is... This creature was killed for the first time in battle. Dies will activate an additional time. This trait does not stack, yeah. I don't know, it's those guys are usually there when it's happened, but it happened once without them being there, which just confuses me. But anyway, that's fine. I am definitely here to, like, meme, but also want to make this an effective party, so... The trait thing is... not the trait. The stat thing is severely limited by the number of times that I'm allowed to do that per turn, which means that I just need to get rid of that Terror White, who is basically proccing things like 30 more times than I could possibly hope to gain stats, and I'm pretty sure that that's it for me for this realm, right? There's one more block that I gotta go destroy, and then I'm out of here. Okay, teleport back to Siralim. Hey, we unlocked the refinery. That's gotta be in decorations, right? Add decoration. Customizable NPC? Oh, really? I get to add a customizable NPC? That's awesome. Eventually. I will do that. Soon. Wait. Exit decoration mode. Can I access that from here? Yes, I can. Destroy an artifact to gain some resources. Grind, destroy a spell gem, and gain some resources. Okay, so what happens? Desperate sacrifice. Crystals. So that's like half of what it cost me to get it. Gosh, destroy another stone and gain some piety. I don't know if I'm ready to destroy nether stones yet. That doesn't seem like a particularly good nether stone, but they seem interesting. Turn my into different ones. Okay, so I've got a lot of power right now, but I haven't really discovered much of what 333 3-to-1 ratio. So at 10,000 I get 3,000 brimstone. That kind of sucks. So basically not yet. Not yet. I don't want to use that just yet. I don't think. Well, I do like my brimstone. I wouldn't do it yet, so I'm not entirely sure what's. So these tier 10 swords are probably something that I could lose if I wanted to. So what's it give me? Brimstone? Gives me some brimstone back. So what is this slotted stone worth? So this one gives me 1,760. This one gives me 1,700. It was worth nothing. The slotted trait stone is worth nothing. Fuck. Okay. That's fine. If I sort these by race, I can go find my lovely phoenixes, right? Where are they? I hate that the race is not consistently on the front or back, so I can't consistently look up. There they are. I kind of got to scan for Phoenix. There they are. Alright, after your creatures are resurrected, they have a 50% chance to be placed at the top of the timeline. Seems fairly powerful. Enemies are afflicted with stone. Seems also like freeze and damage taken seem just outlyingly powerful. So yeah. I mean, that just seems gross. I don't know how long this is going to be good is the problem that I'm having with committing to that. Resurrected by Rebirth. It's like something you would combine with the Cherub there. I think we're gonna go ahead with the Phoenix for the moment. We're just gonna do it because I bet the team is straight up better with it. And this has to be the one that we do, right? They're both magic, so it's not like particularly important. Oh dear. These all look kind of silly, honestly. This one looks the least silly. Or maybe this one. Okay. So we are going to deposit our Terror White. This is the guy I thought would be like the obvious choice, right? This is the guy where I'm like, definitely you combine these two things, right? But as it turns out, you just don't have enough attribute gain per turn to handle it. So we withdraw our Volatile Phoenix. And we have to reorder things a little bit here. Reorder this guy like that. So I'm getting this guy's trait. Which is the one, right? Yes. So that's the one that I get. And I should be freezing at least 9 enemies. I don't know if that can target already frozen enemies, which means either everything freezes or everything has a good chance to freeze. So that's looking like it will be good. From all creatures at the menagerie. Yeah, so if I then equip this. I don't even know what I'm gonna put on this guy right now, honestly. I can remove all spell gems from creatures at the menagerie, and that'll be fine because it was a magic monster. So magic missile, mind crunch. Yeah, we'll just put stuff on him for now. Really doesn't matter. Natural beauty, death bite was what the guy had. Like, this is what that guy had for sure. And death bite was just like attack every time that an enemy takes a turn. It's not especially good. So what I can do instead is I can go and get an artifact that actually, you know, stands chance of improving like my quality of life. So we have this sword here, but the sword's not gonna matter so much. Let me think about this. We can make it so that spell potency is based on something other than int, or I can just pump int, right? Like, so honestly, the way to presently, I'm also gonna gain health. So for now, I think it's probably reasonable to. What is natural beauty? I really want to know. Okay. Yeah, see, that doesn't help me at all. So why don't we go ahead and remove... I've never done this before, but I really don't like natural beauty, so let's go ahead and remove that. Cool. Mistakes were made. Fucking oof. Let's go ahead and upgrade that helmet a bunch. Okay, I don't want to run myself out of brimstone here. So anyway, we have a new stat slot, a trick slot, and a trait slot. Let's look for something in the trait slot area that actually will help me. The Spell Stealer seems universally good, to be honest. Creature's death spells cost 20% health and don't consume any charges. Does not stand to help me. Might actually kill me with Corpse Explosion. Kindness was one of those. At the start of your creature's turns, your other creatures gain attack, int, defense, and speed equal to 5% of this creature's respective stats. And see, I was thinking about actually just putting that on my Animatus. Because that might actually just straight up be better than motivation. I want to know if Phantasm works with Corpse Explosion. It seems like there's no reason why it shouldn't, but for some reason, like I don't expect it to, because it seems like it would be too much fun. So the rule of Path of Exile is that if it seems like it would be too much fun, then it doesn't work. Whenever it is an enemy's turn, any random effects that fail to occur are rerolled an additional time. That could be not so good. Multicast seems like it might be good, but I feel like it will cast Slaughter twice and mess up my rotation or something. Your creatures have an independent 20% chance to deal. Hmm. See, that would actually, and this was another thing that I was thinking about tacking on, but this just won't work because of the limit of times that you can gain stats per turn, which just makes Thrive on Death feel even better, honestly, but it means you've got to get it all done right away. You really want to get that advantage and just, like, push it to whatever extreme you can. 15% for each dead creature on your side. This trait does not stack, so that's like the final creature that dies. If they are killed when this effect tries to kick in, it would be 5 times 15. So fucking 15, 30, 60, 75. 75% chance. Let's make sure I'm not doing bad arithmetic. Yep. Or 60% chance if it calculates pre-death, which wouldn't make as much sense to me, but 7% of the allies attack. Spell Stealer feels like the most obviously powerful, like, one slot. Oh, cost 10,000. Well, fuck, man. Let's go, like, health speed on this. Trick slot. This guy is not going to do damage, so dodge chance feels like it might be good. Anyway, I'm going to equip this creature, and then I'm... Oop. Yeah, and then I think I'm basically going to continue pushing forward, because this should be significantly better, basically, than what we were just dealing with. Right, let's see. Cast Slaughter. Everybody comes back. Everything dies. Holy cow, okay. What happened? Corpse explosion, corpse explosion, corpse explosion. Did that happen before all stats? Okay. One hit killed, one hit killed, one hit killed. Cool. I didn't actually run over my stats that time. And secret recipe went off. Okay. Let's see if it works again. Yes. Is everything gonna die? Everything's gonna die. I want to see. I want to see my animated stats, though, before that happens. Things are dying too fast. We have a problem. The other world. Okay, what is this? What has happened here? Greybeard, I'll make a quick work of you. What in the fuck? What are you? Exotic. Okay, we have encountered our first exotic creature. Your creatures grant 100% more healing to enemies with Blighted. This treat does not... That's crazy. Blight builds seem wacky. I say as I have, like, the one button end the world build here. So it's now online. It's now fully online. we have a way to deal damage based on the stats of my Animatus that procs on a trigger that is directly attached to our primary our core loop, our primary functionality, and then triggers Corpse Explosion, which then proceeds to kill everything, which is really fantastic. Hey! Not everything died for once. Oh, wait. No! That was my one shot. That was like my one chance to see like how many stats my Animatus had. Top the pile of treasure, flaming rift dancer. Okay. So this chick, it seems like she sometimes stops my slaughter from working. So let's see what happens here. Nope, didn't stop me this time. Okay. Yeah, we've arrived at the one button combo. Sorry, whining into the microphone because I just don't have fine enough control of my D-pad to fucking have into the destructibles that I want to try to destroy, even though they're not giving me anything. I'm just addicted. It's like I'm addicted to clicking on items. Potency based on health. Okay. What's funny about the perk, right? The Corpse Explosion perk is that you can't like enchant that. You can never enchant or augment the perk gem that you get. Oh, that's awesome. There we go. Now I can inspect my Animatus. Animatus is ending up with way more stats this time around, and somewhat more even as well. So, you know, this guy now has like almost 10k health and 4k attack and 3k defense. It's not bad. This is really good, actually. So at this point, it really just Rabid Dementia, and it kills a couple things, and Corpse explodes the rest. At this point, I'm feeling almost good enough to set up a macro to at least like run down that initial combat cycle that I keep having to go back to. Gems of Banish. Target's minions are removed. Got it. Cool, so it's finally working. Kinda. We'll have to see. The strange part now, right, is that, unless I'm much mistaken, I think speed was the lowest stat. Speed was the lowest stat. Yeah, 50%. Oh. This guy's only level 19. I didn't actually level that guy up. Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. So basically... Wait, what? How did you end up with 21,000 health? It's a barrier of some flavor. Got a barrier buff somehow. Alright, anyway. Yeah. So, that's working out pretty fucking well. But the problem is that his speed is actually not... My Animatus speed is not nearly his highest stat, so... Which is fine, because the Corpse Explosion is kind of carrying at the moment. But if I want to stick with that speed application, the thing is that makes me think, right, that there's going to be another monster that does the same thing, but for every other stat, almost. I am glad to see that the Ashian's artifact is now going off pretty much successfully every turn, and it makes me think that what was happening was some kind of some kind of glitch actually involving like the stats trying to be applied too many times and it just losing track where it was or something. Like some kind of thing was happening with the complicated attribute gaining loop. Yeah, Corpse Explosion never seems to fail to clear everything out. Not post, Oh, cool, I've never seen these guys before. Creatures cannot gain stats. Oh, that's really bad. So everybody's silenced except for my Animatus. I can't gain stats as long as this guy's around. This creature attacks one additional time the amount of damage each of this creature's extra attacks deal after the first is increased by 35% of the damage of the first attack. Okay. Cast 3 with spells. Oh, that's actually really good. I want something like that, except for every creature on my team. Well, let's see. What do you have for stats right now, Mr. Animatus buddy? Not so much int, but some attack, some speed, some defense. So I could probably just get away with attacking this guy. I'm willing to bet. Yeah. So we just attack him. Everything dies. Corpse Explosion. Pretty good. You know, sometimes I forget, like, how silly, like, how over the top what I'm doing currently is for the difficulty. So you just hit attack and everything dies in one turn. Okay. One thing that I'm not seeing is Frozen. Frozen doesn't seem to go off. Like, Frozen doesn't seem to, What is the damage that's happening? Pyromaniac. Okay, what is Pyromaniac? What was hitting the enemies though? Buffet? Okay, what's up with Buffet? No. Tell me that's not working because... So that tiny, tiny amount of damage from Buffet. If I scroll all the way up, it does not say that it's already taken the maximum number of hits this turn, like it was saying before, so... So wait. Okay, so it is going off in the right order. Okay, so buffet is working, but it's basing 50% speed. Should be 1,000. And then it's obviously referencing defense, but they have pretty low defense. Oh, not this guy. This guy has good defense. But I'm wondering if this guy's buffet is triggering and it's doing bad things. Yeah? Oh yeah, that's right. We have the shell to peel. Have to peel the shell. Mind control. Target attacks one of its allies. I feel like you can get so nasty with the macros. Like mind control, you can just have it check for the enemy with highest attack and have it attack one of its allies. I feel like stuff like that is just so cool. It's really all you want, right? It's for put together a team and then have it just kind of roll everything. The power fantasy. I designed a really cool team and now it's just kicking the shit out of the game in perpetuity. Well, nothing has pushed back yet, honestly. Not since the team kind of came together. It's been really clunky some of the time, and not nearly as clunky other bits of the time. Like since the slaughter, since I managed to strap speed to the slaughter damage, and figure out that my white actually just wasn't activating. If I can get a stat gain multiplier trait or creature, that will be very very powerful because it'll go off without it won't add to the number of times the traits are being gained, just multiply the effectiveness of it. So that's kind of what I'm looking for at this point. I am starting to feel like this is pretty fun, though. Okay, I'm finally starting to feel like, okay, the whole team is together. I might be able to do some instability shenanigans once I do some macros. Take a moment to recalibrate the team. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little break. I'm just going to hit the bathroom, maybe take a 5-minute walk, and then I'm going to come back. And that'll just after that, I will take a second to assemble the team, and maybe I'll start doing instability stuff. All right, guys. I'll see you in like 5, maybe 10. Okay. I am here. I am here, and the build is fucking online. Is online in a big way. And I have at least one creature that I can basically full stop replace, which is fantastic because it means that things are just gonna get even better. So first things first, we're gonna go. This creature is on turn 1, cast Slaughter. And then we're gonna go. What do we want? What do we want the Animatus doing? If it's not turn 1. Do we just want him attacking? Seems a little boring, huh? Something like Desecrate could be probably potentially better than just attacking. Let's see, do we have something that we can put on him? It's better. No, I don't think there's anything better in here. I've been through this list a couple of times. Honestly, and I think we just have the Animatus look for a low HP target and attack. Alright, so we go add line. If any enemy has lowest health, I'm going to assume that it's just like lowest health, attack that creature. If any enemy has lowest health, attack that creature. We will also add, I guess, if any enemy has greater than 0% health, attack a random enemy. So like first it'll check for lowest health, and then if it's gonna fail that check, like if one of my creatures has lowest health, then we'll just attack a random enemy as long as there's an enemy. So that can work for this guy. Boop. Let me make sure. I'm gonna strategy macro, assign macro, macro 1. This creature's on turn 1, cast Slaughter, checks out. If any enemy has lowest health, attack that creature. Good. If any enemy has greater than 0 health, attack a random enemy. That works. And then we will go, oh, yeah, I have to level up my Phoenix, who I forgot to level. Level up. Where are you, buddy? 64. Excellent. Now that's a bit more speed. That should help. Alright, now what other macros are we gonna make? We have creatures. Nature beats life, right? So I guess I could also add. I don't want to get too complicated or have creatures relying on the presence of other creatures yet. Strategy macro, assign macro. So this guy has. I should have kept this guy's macro, honestly. I just want to check his spell list real quick. Chain Lightning, Elemental Wrath, Antidote. Elemental Wrath is like if there are more than 5 enemies or something like that. So we'll do if any enemy... Yeah, I should have kept this guy's macro. I'm dumb. So first, we go macro 2, we go add a line. If any ally has greater than a certain number of debuffs, has greater than 0 debuffs, we will cast Antidote. Then we will add 1, and we will go, if any enemy has class, life, then we will cast Chain Lightning on that creature. Then we can go if any enemy. So if it's not that, then we'll go. How do we do this before? It's if any enemy. It's like has allies alive, right? Like. Yeah, so we go if this creature has X enemies. Has greater than... So greater than 4, so 5 or 6. Then we cast Elemental Wrath. And so if it doesn't have Elemental Wrath, so if it doesn't do Antidote, doesn't do Chain Lightning on a weak creature, and isn't willing to cast Elemental Wrath, then there's no like efficient way for this creature to behave. And so what we want to do is if this creature you know, has greater than 0% health, so whenever it is, you just defend. There we go. Hand me your mug. I can. Here you go. Have fun. She's gonna get me some ginger tea, which makes me very happy. I like ginger tea. Edit macro, we're gonna go, I would like to rename macros now. We're gonna go, yep. Slaughter Elemental. Slafter. Slafter Elemental. There we go. Element. I'll just put Slaughter, and this is going to be my spirits. Spirit guy. This is only for now. Wait a second. I did manage to name this guy Slaughter Elemental, so I guess you get more. I guess you get more characters for your creature names than for your macro names, which is weird, but that's, I mean, whatever. Whatever. Okay, Doomsday Spectre, what are you rocking? You're the guy that's like slaughtering Nightmare Desecrate. Slaughter Nightmare Desecrate. Yeah, that's fine. So you're doing macro, but you're not assigned to macro. Now you're assigned to macro. What about you? You're a life guy. What is Covenant? Target gains Rebirth. And it's got cast on extra target. Ooh, that could be good. You know? Caster's debuffs are removed and it gains Shelled. Other creatures gain Savage and Agile. That seems okay as well. See, I don't know if this... yeah. Yikes. It's really hot. I don't know if this creature is even going to be permanently on my team. And it makes me not want to, like, do anything with it. So I'm just going to set it to defend, honestly, at the moment. That guy can also defend. I should probably consider setting these guys up to do something a little more impactful than just defend. This guy, you know, actually, we want to get another Rabid Dementia spell going on in that guy's case. And we could just go ahead and check out, like, what all these things are. Oh my god, there's too many spells. Large amount of damage, Afflicted Blind. Dense Fog is nice. You know, I really think... Caster casts 3 of their ethereal spell gems. Yikers. Cast builds just seem so crazy. Massive amount of speed. Multiplied by battle fatigue, extinguish. I don't know, I'm just basically... Creatures each gain a random spell gem. Do they gain a random spell gem as, like, an ethereal spell? Seems like that would be the case in all likelihood. Prismatic Channeling, I remember, is really good. Enemies take a large amount of damage, plus 20% for each different... yeah, but I'm not doing that, unfortunately. So caster spell gems gain 3 charges. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, if it comes down to that, I definitely want another Rabid Dementia gem for this. Target's debuffs are converted to random buffs. Specifically debuffs and converted to random buffs. I don't actually think targets converted to random buffs. I mean, reverse polarity seems like the best one to me at the moment. Like, I should really actually start considering what I can do with this stuff. But I feel like there's only so much at a time I want to do here, because I'm uncovering new game mechanics so quickly that stuff begins to feel outmoded at a pace that makes this feel unrewarding if I do too much at once. Target's buffs and debuffs are removed. Like, Dense Fog seems good. Blinding Beam, huh? I feel like I could run another one of those where I check to see if if we have a certain number of enemies. Okay, let's make Rabid Dementia huge. Let's enchant the shit out of this spell. More charges is nice with a 20 charge skill. But also, let's, like, what happens if you cast twice? 100% chance to cast twice. So, cast Rabid Dementia on my Animatus twice. You know, I could just put Generous on this and link every single person to do Rapid Dementia on my Animatus. Can't do these things where it's like chance to attack or whatever, or chance to cast on attack. Duration. This is red, so I'm assuming it just doesn't apply. Like, it can't do chance to cast twice again. Duration is, yeah, it's not compatible. There we go. So it's red isn't compatible. And I could class swap it. But many of these don't work with it. So X% more charges works. Which gives it 24 charges. And I could do like chance to defend. Right, so if I cast it, I have a 24% chance to defend. So that's interesting stuff. All right, so mostly, right, mostly. Mostly what this creature is going to be doing is Rapid Dementia. Reverse Polarity and Blinding Beam. So Reverse Polarity is what we want to cast if something has a debuff. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go macros, macro 3, we're going to go if any ally has greater than 0 debuffs, right? It has most debuffs. Wow, you actually have to run like a check. If any ally has most, we're just going to do this. If any ally has most debuffs. I think this checks the enemies too, but I can't be sure. And we'll just go cast Reverse Polarity. Oh boy. Where is it? In the R's. Reverse Polarity on that creature. And then we're going to go Blinding Beam. Like, what we want to do is if we'll just go if this creature has greater than 4. I really only want to do this if there's 6, honestly. So just go as greater than X living enemies. Really? You have to specify whether enemies are living or not? It's greater than 4 living enemies. We will go ahead and, well, no, we'll do greater than 5 living enemies. Cast Blinding Beam. It's going to be in the B's. Blinding Beam. And then we want, if ally 1 has greater than 0% health, we will cast Rapid Dementia on that creature. And now I have realized that I have to go back to this row and add a line and go, if this creature is greater than 4 living enemies, this creature has greater than 4 living enemies, cast, and we're going to just go Elemental Wrath. Where is it? Oh, why did I go up from the bottom? Elemental Wrath. There we go. So now I think I just remove this old line, and we just move this line up. Right there. Good. Now that we can just go to this creature. Just go Strategy macro, assign macro 3. And this creature also needs to macro, but I'm just going to do the most basic bitch. Please cast Rabid Dementia. So we'll just add a line. If ally 1 has greater than 0% health, cast Rabid Dementia on that ally. That creature. And then we'll add a line. If this creature has greater than 0 health, defend, so that if we don't meet the first criteria, we'll defend. The creatures, you assign a macro 4. There we go. That creature's just going to defend for now. This creature could do some damage, I think. And honestly, there's no reason for me not to buff up this this Rabid Dementia as well, I think. So we'll put more charges and chance to cast twice here, as well as chance to defend. And that way they both got that. Alright, macro. So what about this guy? Slaughter, Nightmare, Desecrate. Slaughter is just being propagated to the other mobs. So we have Desecrate. Desecrate casts on an extra target right now. That guy could actually whoop ass. He does some damage. He's got a lot of intelligence. So if we just come over to this Desecrate, we maybe upgrade it real quick. Alright, and then enchant it. Again, we could do like Magnetic Generous, but it's already got cast on an extra target, so defense penetration and cascading also seems potentially good. I have 0 garnets. I need garnets, dude. That would be the one, right? Oh, I have some opals now. I think defense penetration is going to be good and damage increased by. Let's just, like, see if we can make it do a lot of damage, I guess. Just for fun. See how the damage scaling works, you know? So anyway, this guy's got, let's see, Nightmare and Desecrate. Nightmare, Desecrate, and Slaughter. We don't care about the Slaughter, so let's write a macro for him. Add a line if, we're gonna say, death beats what? Nature? That's gotta be the way that it is, right? I'm not... Game information, creatures, classes. No, death beats chaos. Crazy. Okay. So we'll check for a chaos guy, I guess. Add line if any ally, if any enemy is class chaos, cast, and we'll do Desecrate. On that creature. If anyone is chaos class, cast Desecrate on that creature. Okay, and then we'll go if any enemy has highest attack. We'll go cast Nightmare. I don't. Should have gone up, down from the top, honestly. Cast Nightmare on that creature. Nightmare, and we'll just go. If this creature has greater than 0% health, just defend. Just go back. Alright, let's put strategy macro, assign macro, macro 5. Good stuff. Okay, now let's save. Just real quick, because I'm terrified of losing all that work, you know? Okay, yeah, I think that's gonna have to do it. And I want to test to make sure that this is working before I go ahead and throw myself under the bus. Uh-oh. If I try to auto-combat this, I think that I may die. Like, just if something goes wrong, really. Escape for you. I have kingdoms, no castle on initiatives. What am I? You order. Okay. That was kind of cute. Alright, so first I'm going to inspect, but then we're going to go back to macroing. Enemies always have cursed. What? What? At the start of each enemy's turn, they attack this creature. After this creature takes damage, it recovers 15% health. My god, that is so polarizing and strong. Holy shit. I really hope we see more nonsense like this, because this is just so fucking powerful. We all have cursed, huh? Yeah, we do all have cursed, that's true. So let's make sure the macro is working as intended. We all get slaughtered, we all come back. Yep, rabid dementia kills everything. Hey. Caster gains stats equal to 5% of its allies' stats other than health. That's wacky. I'll go back. You managed to find a way to the grasslands. Humans. From now on, you will encounter a Rhodian creature master in each realm you visit, as long as that realm is at your highest ever depth. Excuse me? Masters are powerful foes who you can challenge to a duel in order to win valuable items. There is a master for each creature race. Rewards include trait materials, costume achievements, mastery. Mastery increases the power of your creatures that belong to that master's race, and gives your other creatures an advantage when fighting enemies in the wild that belong to that race. See, this is a garbage mechanic in my opinion. Like, it's not that it's not engaging, engaging in terms of how you are actually interfacing with the realm, but it is a non-decision. It's like, play longer to acquire more power. And I've always deeply disliked mechanics that are nothing but an exchange rate of your real time for in-game power, where there's no optimization factor. Okay, so let's see. Uh-oh. I did not bother to check what was going on with the enemies. Well, they all died, so there's that. Let me see. Chance to provoke spell gem properties have double the chance to activate. Oh, I've been looking forward to that. I've been expecting that. Good mechanics. Okay. After your griffins receive a buff, yeah, there we go. Elizabeth was talking about this griffin. They share a copy of that buff with all the griffins fighting on your side. This trait does not stack. This creature's turn, it has a 7% chance to take another turn for each griffin fighting on your side. What the fuck? I'm pretty sure that there's a trait that says you reroll all of the random chance shit, which makes something like that crazy. Your griffins take 5% less damage for each griffin fighting on your side. This trait does not stack. Impunity. Yeah, that really doesn't matter, and my team is going to probably explode everything turn 1. Yep. Well, that's happening. Oh, look, a new centaur. Happy day. After an enemy is killed, this creature attacks a random enemy 3 times. Okay. Your creature's chance to cast twice spell gem properties now activate 1 additional time. Fucking excuse me. That's wild. He attacked my Animatus several times. It was hideously ineffective. Oh, this one has a skull. What are we doing? Enemies cannot gain invisible. What? That is so extremely different from everything else that bards have done so far. I mean, okay. Seems fine to me. There we go. Things have shaped up a bit for us. I'm going to encounter a Master of Rhodia this dungeon at some point, which has me intrigued at the very least, I will say. Where are you? Come to me. I will say that the realms have gotten slightly less disgusting looking as I've gone on. They are by no means like visually appealing, but they are not like horrific. The last couple of realms, like a lot of the early ones were straight up repulsive, like really poorly tiled maps. Attack deals 75% more damage and inflict blind. That's cool. Getting that to attack every creature would be nice. Start each enemy's turn is to afflict it with confused. Chance to attack spell gems have double the chance to activate. That is cool. And this is the chance to provoke. Nice. Yep. So anyway, pretty sure I can still just sort of do this. If my Animatus had been confused to turn 1, though, I don't really know what I would have done. Oh yeah, he can't be confused. He's got debuff immunity in regular combats. I am Yolian, god of wind. I bid you welcome to my realm. What is that thing on his chest? Torture chamber. In truth, I am surprised to hear that Tartareth was unable to resist the pull of the ultimate netherworld. He may not seem like much on the outside, but he is perhaps the most strong-willed of all the gods. Maybe it's a shield or some kind of runestone. I do appreciate like the internal monologue of your sassy character. Tartareth's domain is not very far from here. Should be able to find the torture chamber. You never were very good at science. Womp womp. We'll guide you from the skies to help you find the void ring. Farewell for now. Pretty confident the usual formula is traveling to a higher realm than defeating a boss will remain intact yet again. Really? See, that's the sort of thing where it's like... Like, the conclusion there was like... fourth wall breaking in a way that spits in the player's face. Like, yeah, well, you're just gonna keep doing this shit anyway. So in all honesty, we just wasted your time. Shun, Centaur Master. Current mastery 0. Centaurs tend to shy away from spellcasting in favor of strong melee attacks, which is great, since that means I don't ever have to worry about my creature's spell gems running out of charges. Think you've got what it takes to bring me down? I think that in all likelihood... Wait, I really thought I was, like, gonna get a choice, like, to do it or not to do it. Level 101. Wait a second. I'm level 67. That doesn't seem fair. After this creature attacks, it deals 60% of the damage dealt to each enemy that has at least one of the same debuffs as its target. 2 random debuffs. Oh, okay, I see the synergy that they did. Touch of red. When your creature attacks an enemy multiple times in a row on the same turn, the damage of all their attacks increased by 25% for each attack. Gotcha. After enemy manually casts a spell, this creature attacks it. I don't think that bothers me. I think I'm gonna be okay. I think I'm fine. Centaur Mastery is now level 1. Sigil of the Centaur. Socket and artifacts trait slot. Master Centaurs. Your Centaur's attacks deal 20% more damage and have an independent 10% chance to deal critical damage for each Centaur fighting on your side. This trait does not stack. Really? Well, that was interesting-ish, I guess. That's like the first team I've seen where... I mean, some of the boss fights have kind of sort of been the devs put something together that you could conceivably consider synergetic, but it's not like they were going all out. That's the first time I've seen it where they're like, okay, yeah, this team is definitely supposed to do something specific. When an enemy attempts to cast a single target spell on any other creature, they have a 50% chance to target themselves instead. Ooh. That's pretty good. I wonder how well that works given like enemy AI. Like, did they bother to macro in the check for that trait and like retarget to the enemy? All is one. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. Well, let's go. Let's see if we can do the thing. Cool. Yeah, I mean, my team is kind of just doing one thing now. Enemies who want to run damage, percentage chance to be afflicted with silence, burning, and fear. The spell cannot be cast manually, but has a 30% chance to cast at the start of the caster's turn. Dude, I cannot wait to unlock more of the like passive trigger spells. And it seems like you can kind of set up pretty much any trigger system that you want, but the ones that have like 0 opportunity cost passive chance to trigger, there's like, yeah, by the way, it's at the start of your turn. Like, you don't have to augment it in any way, so you can save all the augments to kind of pump the power or pump the effectiveness of the spell up. I feel like that's going to be catch me if you can. What does that mean? Fiery Gleam. Target is afflicted with burning and blind. Okay. Fascinating. Slate of Berserking. Are you the guy that I have to catch? No. Clearly not. That was very easy. The Slaughter Elemental. He's doing some slaughter things. So now we're just kind of going to climb, I think. Like, this is working. I don't see this... I don't foresee this getting, like, stomped by anything. There is one trait that prevents so item can be taken to the enchanter. Yeah. Defend after use. That's spell gem enchant mats. So anyway, I do think that caster casts one of the target's spell gems. So here's the deal. I do think that I have to eventually account in my macro. Like, I have to have my Animatus check for the trait that prevents stat gain. Alright, everything to gain. After one of your Imlers dies, this creature casts its first 5 non-ethereal spells. See, something like that could be really funny if I had an Imler on my team. But anyway. Aeolian. Oh, okay, I remember where that's from. Like, it's the Kingkiller Chronicles is where I heard that. It's the musician's place there, the Aeolian. But it's with like just an E, I think, in that series. So anyway, oh, there we go. That thing down there. Oh, what is that griffin down there? Guess I'll never find out. Okay, there's the gold feather. So we're just supposed to run around and... What? There's another guy? What are you? When an enemy attacks one of your creatures, its target is chosen at random from your other creatures. It really does not bother me. Whoa! That centaur whooping ass up on my Animatus here. Catch me if you can. Again, what is happening? Okay. 300 favor. There we go. I was wondering. I don't think that's actually worth 300 favor, to be honest. And how in the heck do monsters keep respawning like this? I don't think they're respawning, but I've never had so many monster battles avoid me straight up. So this seems to be working pretty well. As in ridiculously well. So let's teleport back to Siralim real quick. Okay. Goblet of Trials. Can't do the Goblet of Trials quite yet. Gotta go do more. So we are... when we hit Realm Depth 45, we then had the capacity to go back and potentially... do a bunch of... I don't know what Hidden Realm property is going to be. Do I just shoot straight for 5, or do I go for... I'm going to go for 1 first. We'll go 1, and we will work up. We'll start in the Blood Grove, because I'm pretty sure that's the first floor. Oh god, it is so hideously ugly. I forgot. Okay, so we have some stuff going on here. What is this? Space Rapid Evolution. Okay, so this guy's fused. But very pointlessly. 50%. This creature's 3 non-ethereal damaging spell gems have a 50% chance to be cast automatically at the start of battle. Is that just straight up better than damaging spell gems? Wish that feather was more exciting. Yeah, me too, right? Yeah, there we go. It's just this creature. Okay, so this creature's first. It's a 50% chance of getting. So that's not bad, though. I'm sure there's a way to use that. This doesn't look all that. This doesn't look all that difficult. Patch up. It got Imler shit. We got two times Imler shit going on here. Well, let's see. Wow. So that creature actually did do some damage to my Animatus. Like, very distinctly. Now, what can I check the can I check? There we go, realm properties. More damage taken, strong against death. Okay. I thought there were like some random properties as well. Do I get to see what those are? What are you guys? Okay. Okay, so we are fucking with realm instability now. There we go. Okay, and I remember this guy. Attacked. Wait, no, I don't. What? Shackled Gargantuan? After this creature is attacked, it casts Crush Punch. Yeah, no, I remember that. Alright. No big deal yet. That, I mean, they're making it to, like, you know, past the initial speed wash. Okay, what are you? You are an efflorescent ant. Black Lotus. It's 40% lab mending, rapid evolution. So we're getting Imler fusions, basically. Because that's what was on the that was what was on the realm, right? Like that's on here, so don't have any realm boosts. Enemies are fused, race Imling. Okay, so they're fused with Imlings, specifically. Its damage is based on its current health instead of attack. Okay. This doesn't look that crazy. Yeah, I think this will be fine. Yep, if even one creature dies to that wash, every creature dies pretty much, because Corpse Explosion then kicks in. Alright. The thing is happening. Alright. That was definitely a new Gargantuan. Daunting Gargantuan, so let's just bestiary that real quick. Sorting by name. D. Daunting Gargantuan. Where are you? Start of this creature's turn, it attacks a random enemy for each creature that died since its last turn. Each attack deals 200% normal damage. That ain't bad. Has died since its last turn. So if you're doing like a sacrifice build, like if that thing's first swing, if I were to put it in my party, would be really, really huge. Because provided that it actually gets to go at all, not only has every ally died one time and been rezzed. Is it enemy? Did I miss? Did I? I may have misunderstood instantly. For each creature. No, it's each creature that died. So yeah, all of my allies died once, basically. So it's going to attack an extra time for each of those. And then any enemies that happen to die on the first Animatus rotation. I guess it says since its last turn, though, right? So maybe not. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll... Rabid Dementia got it. Cool. Start of this battle, this creature afflicts enemies with stone. Yeah, that's the stone builds were like waiting for that. I am not entirely sure. So do I lose shit? Like, do I lose favor with Apocronix for killing treasure golems in his realm? Is that what that just hit me with? Perfectly balanced. At the start of your creature's turns, their health is set to 50%. Or does he just chastise me for, like, no reason? He's just here to, like, make me feel bad. I think they just shame you. Fantastic. It's so weird. After your Euros creatures take damage. Oh, okay, cool. It's that that Euros Defender one or whatever. Okay. Still not getting really anything for that. Hey, this looks like some new stuff. What are you? Carnage Antagonizer. After this creature kills a creature, it reduces all enemies' defense by 50%. Doesn't matter at all for me. That's fine. Wild Stabs. After this creature defends, it attacks. It attacks enemy creatures at random 50% normal damage. This effect happens 3 to 5 times. That's wild. That's just a really good ability. Like, what the fuck? It's a lot of fun. Your creatures gain a random minion for each creature fighting on your side that belongs to the same class as the caster. Same class. So in order to diversify with class, at that point you want like those random gain a class traits or artifact traits that say creatures adjacent to this class gain its class or whatever. Elder Branch, unscathed. Oh, yep, there we go. That's the Elder Ents trait on an artifact. I'm sure Elizabeth would love to have that at the moment. Onyx, feeding too much squash. Yeah. Okay, what is happening here? Nothing important, apparently. Splashing. That defend and attack 5 times, like 3 to 5 times trait is so wild. So you still get the bonuses from defending, and you're technically doing more damage, like you're winning on damage exchange. Okay, after the creature attacks, it afflicts the target with vulnerable and stone. That's pretty good. Just the target, though. It's different from what all the other guys do. Additional damage equal 35% of its current health. Yep. At the start of battle, your creatures gain Chaos Bolts. And that deals 100% more damage. Okay. I think they just all die, though. There's the Rabid Dementia. Thing does so much damage. Non-existent Blade, Sword of Will. After this creature attacks and the damage exceeds 300% of the target's lowest stat, it is killed. Wow. That probably falls off really hard. as you progress in depth, and your creatures slowly like are outpaced in terms of levels and stats. I'm willing to bet, but that does seem like a really cool trait. You really just, I mean, to keep that relevant, you do have to be doing a fucking lot of damage. Like, holy shit. Alright, yeah, I mean, teleport back to Siralim, I guess. I'm not sure how many creatures I actually unlocked there relative to, like, what is available to me now. So, we're gonna go to Strong Against Life, cast additional 4 times. Enemies fused, and Hidden Realm properties 2 that will not be revealed until I go in. Okay, so this is the game now. We're kind of playing the game now. The Frostbite Caverns, I think, were the second one. So now I can check. Extra traits 2. Is that everybody? What? Or is it just the enemies? It's gotta be in combat only if it applies to me. Amphisbaena? Oh, that's the... This could potentially be a lot more dangerous than the last one. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, they have so many traits. Afterlife temporary. Okay, so this also applies to me. Oh no. Oh no, it doesn't apply to me. Okay. That's just that one. And it's not buffet, it's a buffet. I believe. It's the Phoenix Wings. Essential Dignity, 2 made 1. Oh my goodness. There's no way to know whether I'm just gonna fucking die to this, honestly. You can't run either, you can forfeit. That's it. Oh man. This is crazy. They gain 50% fewer stats. If the creature dies, it has a 50% chance to resurrect its allies, 50% health. Ooh, boy. Alright, well. 2 made 1. Your creature's barrier buffs have 75% more maximum absorption. And multicast. There's some resurrection happening there. Let's see what happens to my, Well, it's interesting. Did that guy already die? I don't think so. Okay, interesting. Haven't gotten blown up yet. But it's looking frisky. Enemies have a 20% chance to lose their turn at the start of their turn? This trait does not stack. What? That's crazy. Oh man. That's wild. I bet that rerolls with the failed checks during your opponent's turn. After this creature dies, it's 50% to resurrect allies. Multicast. Multi-strike, multicast. It's defense. Oh my goodness. If your creatures apply a debuff, they apply an additional random debuff, but their debuffs only last one turn. Oh, let's try. See what happens. It's still working. Oh my goodness. Everything looks so crazy. Your creature's health cannot fall below 5%. Okay, yeah, I've seen that one. Okay. I think this should be fine. Let's see. I think if I run into... The problem is, I think if I run into that trait, like if I run into that trait that's grafted onto an enemy somehow, like an enemy that's not supposed to have it, it's like cannot gain stats, like creatures cannot gain stats, or enemy creatures cannot gain stats, whatever. I think that just shuts me down, like in my tracks, as long as I have not programmed in a macro to deal with it, and I'm sure that's going to happen eventually. I don't remember what, I can search cannot gain. I can search cannot gain and then try it. But I'm pretty sure that it's going pretty well. Things are going pretty strong. So far so good, right? I think that's a new guy. Okay. Killed that guy, I see. Attack against shell. Wait a second. Yeah, what in the fuck? Wish I knew what was fucking happening. That guy definitely, like, whooped ass on turn 1. How's it going? Team working well? Team finally got to the point where it was working so well that I decided, okay, I can start bumping up instability. And so I've been playing with instability the last 2 realms. I'm going up 1 instability each. So I hit 45, and, well, actually, I'm only floor 49. So I doubled back to 48, which is where I can still select my realm, my realms individually. And because I want to go back and try to get, you know, a larger spread of the creatures that are available. But my team was working so well, actually, that I started pushing instability. I set up a macro that is not quite, like, it's obviously not totally optimized. Very far from totally optimized, but I am now on Realm Instability 2. And so guys have a lot of these guys have a lot of random shit on them. Which kind of freaks me out because it means, you know, I have to really check through a lot of stuff to ensure that my team is not going to die instantly, but I don't think there's a lot that I can run into that will just kill me instantly. So here's how it works. I go and my Animatus, my Slaughter Elemental, slaughters all of my allies, and then that triggers him to gain an absurd amount of stats, like to the point where he's got like 2,000 or 3,000 of all stat, or 3,000 to 4,000 of all stats. Percent more attack. This is ignored when your creatures attack. Yeah, okay, yeah, for the indirect damage stuff. So he slaughters them, he gains an absolutely ridiculous number of stats. And then he deals a bunch of damage as they resurrect based on his speed, which is tremendous. And then if anything dies, he then triggers a corpse explosion that deals damage as though he has 100% more intelligence than he does. Due to this trait right here. Sacrimony. Cast death spells as if they have 100% more int. So, he's corpse exploding things for a really ridiculous amount of damage relative to, like, you know, the difficulty of the realm. And so this was working so well that I decided, okay, it's time to realm instability things. And as you can see, it's still working. The timeline order is determined by your creature's int rather than by speed. Cool. That's very different. Yeah, man. Mage's Playbook. That's a wacky, that's a super wacky, artifact. How's about you, man? How's it going? How is it going with you? Everything, I was trying to remember, were you the guy that said you were on, like, floor 1500? So you're just watching this from on high, like, ha ha ha, that's cute. But, you know, I hope the game is going well for you as well, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Resurrect a large amount of HP. Okay. Resurrects are cool. I feel like I have to eventually, like, craft some kind of stronger support creature to keep on the team. Right now, my support creature is garbage and does nothing. Like, he literally is just macroed to defend. Oh, a new mimic type. That's interesting. Oh, no, it's just fused. Huh. Okay, well, that's fine. Around 1200 now, working on a new warden team. Nice. Yeah, I'm wondering how long this, dumb shenanigan will carry me. Because, like, obviously this can be made much, much stronger, but it does seem like it kind of scales. So, I am wondering, I know of one trait that will stuff me if I don't identify it, which means that what I should do is I should macro to check for that trait and have my animator punch it turn 1, you know? Nothing inside. Lame. That should not be possible. I've seen all these Yetis, I think. Yeah. 1200 is still a ways off. You know, 200 is a ways off. But I do feel like I'm finally starting to, like... I've started, I feel like I've started playing the real game to some extent. I'm putting realm instability on. I see that there are ways to transmute, you know, convert resources and stuff like that. The grind regarding, like, master, Rhodian Masters and whatnot is available. Creature cards became available. Like, the end game grind systems are there, and I have to admit I kind of hate almost all of what I've encountered with the end game grind systems. But I'm still having fun. I'm still having fun with the team building elements, and those are becoming stronger and more convoluted the further that I go. Oh yeah, also my 2 magic guys are macroed to cast a double cast Rabid Dementia on my Animatus. So my Animatus just punches things for 2 times its attack, which is obviously absurd considering the kind of stats that it has by turn 2. So teleport back to Siralim on that note. Maybe go try to hunt down some. So I get to put 3 realm instability on here. No additional attack slash cast. No additional attack slash cast. None. What? Very strange. Okay. So after this, I have no idea. I have no idea what order these showed up in. Maybe Titan's Wind. We have to try. Strong against chaos, extra traits 3. Maximum extra traits 2 with extra traits 3. So that's my extra traits are maxed out at 2. Gem sealed after casting. Some of these realm properties are like kind of what I expected, which is I think a little bit of a bummer because I think they really can stuff certain builds just so you have to re-roll them with power, which is, I don't know, it just doesn't feel, it does not feel good to me. This guy's awesome, by the way. This is like one of my favorite pieces of sprite art in this entire game so far. Yeah, you're pretty much there. Most progression now will be horizontal expanding options. Yeah, well, that's what I'm discovering is that a lot of the progression routes that have opened up recently have been linear, which bugs me. It was like there was nothing but lateral or horizontal or emergent gameplay type stuff for the longest time, and then they were like, "What about cards and also mastery?" And I'm like, "Ah, that seems kind of shitty." But I'm still having a good time, man. For real. Since purpose, creatures recover at the start of this creature's turn. Your creatures recover 35% health. That's interesting. If you have one of those guys on your team that's like, creatures recover, 80% more, like have 80% more healing or something like that. Cool Griffin trait, dude. Go you. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I get eaten alive. Nope, everything dies. Yeah, I am kind of wondering when this train will get stopped. Like, I know of one trait that shuts me down, but it really just means that I should macro to check for that trait and have my Animatus punch that guy turn 1 if that trait is detected. Because my Animatus still has disproportionately high stats relative to anything else at, like, if I'm playing on curve. So naturally, the thing can kind of insta-kill most. If enemy takes damage from burning, this creature takes 30% of that. This creature deals 30% of that damage to all of their enemies. That's awesome. That's really good. That's really ridiculously good. Burn builds look like a lot of fun to me. Oh, I wanted to check what that cat was, honestly. I should have checked what that cat was for sure. Corpse Explosion is just fucking phenomenal. And basically, is there a new one? There is a new one. Check that guy out. It's invisible. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that Corpse Explosion will still hit him. Like, unfortunately for him. After you're resurrected, they attack random enemies 3 times. That's awesome. That's just awesome. I'm kind of glad that they actually saved a lot of really impressive traits for later unlocks, because I definitely have seen some pretty underwhelming traits as well. And every time I manage, like, every time I see, like, a really ridiculously good one, it psychs me, because I'm like, yeah, it psychs me up because I'm, like, afraid that at some point, it's gonna all become formulaic, and I'm gonna know, like, the lay of the land. But then they introduce some, like, crazy trait, and it's almost feels like power creep. Like, there are some that are just like, what in the heck are they thinking with that trait, But I'm still excited to see those. Extra traits isn't a big deal for most teams in my experience. It just makes you want to handle placement a little differently. Extras not including your primary, secondary artifact. Yeah, I mean, that's what it means by only 2 extras, right? Because that you get your secondary and your artifacts. But the thing is that, like, the random traits for enemies are pure chaos and can be spooky. Yeah, oh, for sure. Like, I'm definitely seeing that. But what I would say is that if you get stuffed on extra traits and you're a build that, like, stacks 15 extra traits on every monster in, like, turn 1, I think, what was the max, like, 10? by default, but there's certainly an archetype that goes something like put 7 extra traits on every ally turn 1. And now that's going to be awesome, but I mean, there's also some chaos related to that, I suppose. And how to get that many extra traits on your characters reliably on turn 1 and have them be useful is kind of maybe not the most reliable archetype anyway, but I still don't like difficulty modifiers that have the potential to just completely shit on a singular archetype. At the same time, it's forgivable because, obviously, because you can roll over those modifiers. Like it's not necessarily a problem. It's just something that bugs me, and I think I have to like feel out exactly like where my bright lines are for whether or not I care about something like that. Max 10 by default. I've never made one of those builds as I could never trust them. There may be a way to trust them though. Like you are still like the highest depth player that's stopped by my quaint little stream here, so don't presume I'm trying to tell you anything. You obviously have a grip on the game, but it seems like the sort of thing that might be available that you could sort of figure out a way to generate and curate the generated traits on your team. I wouldn't be surprised if such a thing is possible through some kind of trait generation manipulation. And that would be funny, to just end up with a team that like reliably has a whole bunch of broken traits. Or what you would really do with a team like that, right, is I guess you would kind of build a team that could... build a team that it broadly accepts traits. Like, broadly accepts the most powerful... or integrates traits very, very well. Like traits that scale based on traits or something like that. I feel like it could be possible, Cosmo. I don't know yet. There's 1,200 traits. I've only seen like 300 guys. But I think I bet I could do something with it. Let's see. After enemy dodges, this creature decreases its speed by 50%. That seems to have so much counter synergy with everything else that these guys do. Anyway, I really haven't run into an issue yet. Ethereal Clutcher, huh? Yep. Really haven't run into an issue yet. That's this guy, right? Yeah, I just keep getting rused by the color. This is working out pretty well. There are other ways to make enemies dodge, though. Oh yeah, that I'm 100% on. I encountered one such way. I can't remember what it was though, and I thought it was good because I was getting worried. For no reason, because I'm only like 33% of the way through the game. This creature, and I mean 33% of the way through like monster trait reveals, for example. This creature defends. It casts one of its spells that can target all your creatures. Huh. That's cool. Yeah, so that bird, Kindness bird. Kindness is almost what I feel like I should put on my my Animatus at some point. Because if I'm gonna feed all the stats to the Animatus, I may as well like feed the stats back. The problem with that is that it's kind of slow, to be honest. The build is nuking pretty quickly. It's kind of a corpse explosion trigger build at this point. 2% shard bones. I'm wondering when this will fall off. I honestly feel like I shouldn't climb all the way back through every biome, because if I do, if I do climb back through every biome, I'm not going to, I don't know, it's going to be a lot of time. It's a huge time sink to climb back through the entire biome. I think, so this was three realm instability, and I think what I will do is, still don't have any projects to turn in. I think what I'll do is upgrade the, I'll upgrade the instability. Oops, should have just gone the other way. One more time. So what's strong against sorcery? Debuff silenced. Well, that doesn't stick to my Animatus. So enemies are strong against sorcery. That doesn't stick to my Animatus, so technically that's fine. More spell slots. Strong against nature. Heal every turn. Oh boy. Alright. Still one. I mean... and these things are definitely getting to be pretty high level. Okay. If you keep stability on, you shouldn't need to worry about non-god shop creatures, since realm instability randomizes what shows up aside from interactables. Non-god shop creatures. Okay, it randomizes what shows up entirely? It seems like it sets a pool at the beginning or something like that. Like, there definitely seems to be some theming to what goes on. Like, to what I'm getting. Like, yeah, these are wandering around randomly, but they do seem like they're still being pulled from a pool of some sort. Oh, they survived a turn. The debuff realm instability mod can never be a hidden property, by the way. Because it can really mess with some builds since, yeah, being silenced during combat. Yeah, for sure. I do appreciate that they at least tried to, account for that sort of thing. They don't want to, like, bust archetypes wide open, which does make me happy. This is definitely, like, this is definitely pretty cozy now. I've definitely got this set up properly, or, I mean, properly is kind of a stretch. The macro is garbage for now, and the tools are not all there yet, obviously, but like, I should have looked at that flag. I didn't notice until the last second. Terror. Target loses a large amount of defense and is afflicted with fear. Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, that means you run into should be randomized. They don't look fully randomized, though. Like, this is the same combat, like, 5 times in a row, so it's like a random seed, and then that sets what shows up in the realm overall, I'm guessing. I am not entirely sure, but I know that I've just done the same combat like 4 or 5 times. And I've got realm instability on 4, so... Gems of Stone Ward. Target gains a small amount of defense, then it gains defend and provokes. Oh, it gains a small amount of defense, and then defends and provokes. let me get this straight. It defends and provokes. So that's it automatically defends and then provokes after the spell goes off. So if a set race can show up as an RI mod as well. Okay, so if let me go over where my brain is at with regards to the Stone Ward spell. If I augment this with chance to defend and chance to provoke on cast, and then I put it in a group with that creature that has a trait that says the defense and provoke augments are more likely to happen, then is there a chance that when I cast this spell with that creature, it will defend and then provoke and then defend and then provoke again, like all? So that turn it cast, defend, provokes, defends and provokes. So like 4 times. Like, well, 2 defends, 2 provokes. And then I could strap a bunch of triggers to, when this creature defends and when it provokes. So it sounds like an awful lot of fun. Like, that is like wet dream tier trigger. Trigger rinse. Can only occur once. That's so stupid. The trigger can potentially happen multiple times. Defend and provoke can only occur once. So way to meme that, though. Interesting. So I'm guessing they're not going to defend twice, but you said the trigger can occur more than once, so does that mean, like, well, it can only defend or provoke once each turn? The trigger for it setting off a defend will happen. So I'm guessing it doesn't trigger something that says like on defend though. Cripple. After this creature casts a damaging spell on an enemy, the target loses intelligence equal to 100% of the damage dealt. That's funny. Alright. Time to kill everything. Yeah, jeez. This really does seem to be working, though. We are now on Realm Instability 4, and the monsters have a pretty steep level advantage, so... I wonder what like, how Adam would be doing if he was still playing Siralim. I think he might still be, like, on his own time. Because he decided to, like, crank the difficulty up to, like, the second to maximum setting or something like that. Like, damn, dude. The monsters have outleveled me pretty considerably at this point, but if you have it on, like, difficulty 5 or whatever at this point, I feel like guaranteed the monsters are going to be, like, 3 times your level. What the fuck just happened? Crazy. Alright. Badger. Yo. Western Badger. Don't give a fuck. Just wear that. The start of a creature's turn, their defend provoke status turn back off, and there are a couple things you can use to mess with that, and some things that can multi-trigger on defend and on provoke effects. In Siralim 1, there was no difficulty setting, and I'm pretty sure I never made it past Realm Depth 10. Huh. Why, do you play on, like, max difficulty setting, and you get bored if you don't or something? It's like, I don't mind when a game gives me latitude, so that because, like, obviously, the beginning of the game was pretty easy. I don't think things are I don't really think that things are easy at this point. Like, I definitely had to put in some work to make sure that, like, I'm allowed to do this. Like, it looks easy, but, like, at this point, I feel like the game is definitely technically pushing back on Instability 4 with, like, you know, the monsters are definitely, like, 20 to 30 levels higher than my creatures. Foxfire targets burning, and all of their enemies reflected with either blind or blighted. Cool. Foxfire looks excellent, actually. Like, I definitely had to put some work in to make sure that, you know, I'm busting up these combats. It wasn't like they're no longer free, is I guess what I'm trying to say, for sure. I play Ultimate on difficulty 1. Oh yeah, okay. I had fun playing through the early game again for a bit on D9 to see if it could be done. The answer was yes, with very particular memes. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I would I don't know if I would have fun doing it on difficulty 9, because yeah, you probably are kind of corralled into doing certain kinds of things. Like, I feel like Realm Instability 5 does some funny shit. Or like seemingly. I'm still on 4, right? So when I go back to do 5, like the next time I jump in, I'm doing max Realm Instability, and then I'll start pushing prog again. I have about 10 minutes. I've got about 10 minutes left to do what I'm doing here. I still don't have 10. Still don't have 10 emblems. The emblems seem like the real deal end game grind. This is they're so infrequent. I really want okay, so let's go. What are we gonna do? Bump it up to Realm Instability 5. Cast additional times 7? Okay, that just doesn't seem acceptable, right? Like, that's crazy. If anything with a defense, if anything with a damaging spell attacks me, it's going to just kill my entire team, I feel. I guess we'll have to see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I won't die instantly. Who knows? Eternity's End feels like it could be fun. Cutthroat. Let's just go to the Cutthroat jungle. Don't even really care. Hey, Daryl, how's it going? Stability is more an interesting way of raising difficulty than just increasing levels anyway. Yeah, I mean, I agreed, for sure. I don't even think difficulty should be... I don't even think that difficulty should be in the game, honestly. I think if... I don't know, I think it's a concession to... I think it's a concession to, like, a demographic that you're not trying to appeal to. Not that I don't enjoy looking for builds that can go brrr so that the level gap can't even stop them. Yeah, I mean... You do have to pick them from a smaller number of builds, which is why I normally do D0. D0? Wait. D0 even a thing? Gameplay. Can you go down to 0? Am I on, like, a higher difficulty than the lowest? I thought D1 was the lowest. Anyway, that's probably what you meant. 0 is the lowest? You go to 0? I'm not gonna go to 0. It starts... I thought it started me on difficulty 1. So... Is the default 1, or did I fuck up? Inscriptions, water enchantment. It does default to 1. Okay, well, I'm doing it on default for the moment. Splashing in a large amount of attack. Cool. That seems like a very useful enchant. Like, honestly, I should try to remember that. Because... Yep, there it is. Seven casts, boys. Yep. What the fuck? What has happened? I'm so confused. Alright. Oh my god. This is crazy. They're like, don't worry about it. 900 fucking casts later, it'll be fine. I wonder if I can still win this combat by just like... No, all my shit's sealed. So I literally just have to attack something with low HP and pray. This creature intercepts all enemies' attacks on its allies. Yeah, there's no way. I can't actually... I don't think I can kill that thing. Because it's got a shit ton of defense. Yikes. It might be over. It might be over, boys. I may have found the realm instability. So what the fuck? This thing got so much. This thing got so many stats. Additional, yeah. This in combination with all spell gems are 50% more potent and 7x casts. This is crazy. This is the sort of thing that I was assuming would show up eventually with enough depth and realm instability. If I attack and it doesn't kill him, there's really no like. Yep, there it goes. Fortune has been reduced to 0. Yikers. Spooky power. Hold F in realm instability to see realm instability mods during battle. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know it would show up. Well, that's interesting. Definitely got punked. I think that like the additional attacks 11 times and additional casts, these are gonna be like extra attack 252% with extra attack 11 times. Like I'm just gonna go ahead and realm instability 5 and try to go to the Unsullied Meadows and just see what happens. But I think like if that ends up coming with like a trait that synergizes with it, it's basically like game over. And honestly, I'm trying to figure out if I like the realm instability as a whole, because well, yes, this is a way more interesting way to increase difficulty. Like it's infinitely preferable to the linear difficulty slider. Give me a sec, sorry. Death in a large amount of defense in their classes become death until the end of the battle. Huh. Well, this is way more interesting than the, that's a cool plushie, than the difficulty slider, right? I feel like in order to guarantee, due to the amount of randomness that happens when you push realm instability up, the desire to... I feel like certain traits are going to be really hideously ubiquitizing. Like, for example, I know that the Mimic starts you at the top of the timeline, right? Which one of the things that seems to be like problematic at the moment is anytime that my Animatus doesn't get to go first, like things can go very wrong. You know what I mean? And so traits that protect you against randomness become due to the outlier intersection of crazy mods. I feel like traits and spells that protect you from randomness are going to be outsized desirable, if that makes sense. Oh. So I think Realm Instability 5 seems to just be maybe the limit of like what I can do with this build right now. We'll see. I think actually, if I'm being honest, I think my problem with Realm Instability is not necessarily with the concept of it, but that it goes Vortex Master. The curve doesn't seem polite, right? Like it goes from adding like a couple of things to adding 11 extra attacks a turn, which is just 11 extra attacks a turn is a lot of attacks that are primarily on the lines of getting initiative in some form or avoiding the need for it, perhaps with defense or reactive traits. Yeah, Well, that's what I'm saying, is like anything that purports to curb randomness, like curb off randomness, is going to be really outsized valuable in a system where like the primary threat is that the stars align and you explode. Any tool that you can use to prevent the stars from aligning is what you do. If you do one of those things, you'll probably just get popped. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Like you have to design your team in such a way as to like, okay, if the stars are going to align, then my life is over. So enemy dodges an attack. Seals. Oh no. Okay, well that worked, I guess. Let's see if... Uh-oh, nope, we're screwed. Yikes. Yep. It's gotta be it. Okay, so Realm Instability 5 is where it seems to be the... %60 less stat gain. Yeah, see, these numbers are, I think, these numbers are an issue. If I'm being honest, I think the design of this is poor in that, like, these seem to go up to, like, up to removing more than half of any archetype strength. So it's like less attack 60% and less stat gain 70%. It's like for a stat gain build, there goes more than half of your value. And I think probably what I would have at least tried to stop, like ceiling at 50%. You basically make the build such the frequency at which you can get oofed by the power of crazy dice is as low as possible. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I'm big on that. I think probably Realm Instability 3 is fine for the moment. Let's see if I can get one realm down, and then I'll probably turn it in for the night. We'll see. I'll try to retool this particular build so that it can handle Realm Instability 5 and push way high up, but I think I'm gonna have to find a couple of tools to lean on very specifically to like say, well, okay, and with certainty we are not going to get murked before we're allowed to before we're actually allowed to play the game, basically. Wait, does not match any criteria. How? What is your... Excuse me, but your macro should definitely include a situation where, like... Oh, you're silenced. Okay. I get it. Wait. Preventing him from... I wonder if you get soft-locked by that. Just like, can't attack, can't defend, can't do anything. I bet there is no property that says you can't skip turn. So you could probably always skip turn. Okay, these are some new mobs. After your creatures are damaged by an enemy, they have 50% chance to gain invisible. This trait does not stack. Deal 100% more damage while they are invisible. This trait does not stack. The invisible build. Okay, so I guess time to see if this still works. If they cut you by 80% and enemies are 5 times your level, you just need to scale to over 25 times power with that gimmick. The power of shenanigans. I mean, yes, but there are probably a limited number of tools that would allow you to do that, which is not a fun play space to operate in for me, to be honest. That's like, because one of the things that I learned like pretty quickly having assembled this was like, okay, well, you can't actually stack up you can't actually stack up a whole slew of the on-trigger gain stat. Like, I can't just stack multiple layers of gain stats when something dies or reses, for example, because if all that's happening in a single turn, then the smaller stat gains are going to eat the slots, the cap 15 slots for the larger stat gains, which means that instead what I have to do is rely on the tools that that multiply the amount of stats gained, of which, you know, there are probably some, but there are also probably some basically very straightforward answers, which means that in terms of playing an archetype, playing any given archetype within the context of like Realm Instability 5 is probably going to land you on 1 or 2 really firm answers. There's also the option of a backup plan. Yeah, there's also like definitely complex macros with diversely powerful teams, which is probably where I'm going to land in terms of like playing this. I do hate how essential a certain elephant god is to most high tier builds. Interesting. Fried circuitry. Second glitch in the system. When a creature would gain a buff, it is afflicted with a random buff instead. Or a random debuff instead. That's wild. Elizabeth, are you reading?
No.
What are you?
I'm in bed.
Did you hear that, this trait that I just read out?
Read it again.
It is an artifact trait I just found. When a creature would gain a buff, it is afflicted with a random debuff instead. GG buff teams. Alright. I'm almost done. I'm just gonna finish this this realm. That's crazy. Alright. We'll see. I mean, the game kind of allows you to play it however you want. So like, it's not as though you can't turn Realm Instability, you know, Realm Instability down and play the game on difficulty 0 or whatever. Like, without the terrifying randomness of Realm Instability, I think that the odds of you just getting murked out of nowhere are pretty low, right? But then Realm Instability is going to become the credentializer. It's like everybody's going to say, well, like Realm Instability 5 is the shit. Your team sucks if you can't play it on Realm Instability 5, and it's like, well, that's kind of a bummer, because then you're going to centralize around traits that, like I said, curb off cosmic randomness. Stuff like the Mimic is going to become very, very centralizing. What in the heck? Oh, my poor creatures. Also very frozen. Oh, there we go. So, this guy can't... Oh no, it's because he's silenced, I see. So, that guy can't attack because he's frozen, so my Rapid Instability didn't go off? Is that what happened? I didn't know that that could actually happen. Interesting. 600... Oh no. This is gonna become very interesting very quickly. There we go. Okay, so we got Vortex Master. I forgot to check what the fuck he gave me. It's because I'm getting tired. Let me see. Didn't see a whole lot of use by the people I've spoken to. With 2 creature heal build, you can scale to scientific notation without him. So you're right, but I always end up swiftly capped on stats unless I use that or the Windranger perk. Stat scaling gets oofed by a few common effects, so normally other methods are preferred for the big stuff. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm talking about. Like a certain pair of spells that kills basically any one enemy when used together. We will see how far I can get. Just kind of pushing forward. Unlocks the wardrobe. Monkey. Well, that's perfect. I feel like that's pretty good. We might just be a monkey for a little while. It's kind of how I feel. Before your other creatures die, they cast one of their spells at random. I know I've seen this guy before, but I'm looking at him again now that I'm like set up for this. I could maybe have my guys cast their spells at random. Might be reasonably powerful for a little while. Covers health. Your creatures recover health equal to 25% of damage dealt. That's different from leeching. Start a battle stat. Gains also raise the base value, which means your diminishing return cap goes up too. Well, yeah. Well, it de facto means that you get, like, better returns. Like, it's still going to be 500% from what he was saying the other day, but, like, that 500% cap is going to happen significantly later if you can do something like double your base stats before you start multiplying, right? Yep. Which means I'm going to have to find some of those because I need my Animatus to be a big fat boy. He does pretty good multiplying his stats this way, but 500% of the base, but SOB basically magically boosts that base value. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be multiplicative with everything else. Like, you get your start of battle stuff in before you start multiplying, right? It affects the base, and then your 500% cap is still where it is. But if the base is, if you can increase the base, like, however many times you want, then you have to multiply that against that same 500%. Which seems like it would just push you into astronomically higher territory. 3 enemies are afflicted with frozen. intelligence, this trait doesn't stack. Place of other creatures. Yeah, okay, so I'm getting super hardcore, like hosed by the crazy color palettes. So I'm basically just gonna let it tell me when I have unlocked something new. Tail Gargoyle, for example, right there. So perk point. Opal. Armor Woman. Oshium plushie. Excellent. Chaos Bolt. Target takes moderate amount of damage that ignores 50% of its defense. So that's really nice. So that's what Chaos Bolt does. I've seen the monster that gives everybody Chaos Bolt, but I hadn't seen Chaos Bolt itself yet. Have effects like from artifacts are counted against the diminishing return values, by the way. So if you somehow had a plus 400% of a stat on an artifact, then it would already be at the diminishing returns value. Yeah, because those things... It's actually super weird that those apply at the start of combat. The codex is very misleading with regards to start of combat shenanigans, like according to you, and I trust that you know how this stuff works, so this is actually just mildly perplexing. Basically, because stats are increased, stats are decreased. Feels like it should happen pre-step 7 here, and like, if artifacts are not stat increase and decrease, then what the fuck are they, honestly? But this is specifically applied to, so what it is that this is specifically applied to anything that has start of battle text on it. So it's like, if you have a stat increase or a stat decrease that has start of battle concatenated or like appended, pre-appended, I guess, then what's going to happen is that this will apply. So things like artifacts are not even included here. They just happen when the battle starts. Like everything else comes into play all at once on step 7 battle starts. But like that page could honestly use to be, if that's going to be such an important like relevant feature of scaling for the game, that whole page could use, I think, an overhaul with some examples and shit. Would probably not go amiss. Is a SOB gain on artifacts? Okay. Now we're just talking total nonsense inconsistency. There's no fucking reason for these things to be hard coded distinctly. I'm gonna go right out and say that's fucking rubbish. Someone gets out here to explain himself. HP having both the current and max value made it way too buggy to use have effects with. I mean, lots of things don't seem to update the current value of HP, so... Due to a salamander trait, they cast another one of their spells at random. This trait does not stack. I mean, that's really cool. So basically, like, on death casts gets you a double cast. That could be nice. That could honestly replace the support character that I've got going on right now if I wanted to make this more of a, like, caster blaster triggered by slaughter than what it currently is. But we are not retheming the build. The build will be what the build will be. Okay, so I feel like the leaf summon stuff. Could be wrong. I also feel like potentially it might be fairly doable to it may be fairly possible for me to scale this in a very slightly different way, which would be like really scaling the unbelievable hell out of my auto triggers on my my corpse explosion cast. So like, because corpse explosion seems to be doing a good amount of damage, and scaling my Animatus stats doesn't seem to be a particular challenge. Like, Animatus stat scaling seems to be pretty good compared to like probably most other stat scaling, considering that you're just sort of allowed to gain extra stats. I'm guessing that these happen. I'm guessing that these stat gains happen to your base stats. Yep. It's gonna be... Where in the fuck is the one that I'm looking for? There it is, Molecular Betrayal. So Molecular Betrayal is at the start of death, or at the start of battle. Blech. So, and this is gonna happen. So what's funny about that, honestly, is that based on what you've said, if my third creature is rocking like a tremendous amount of say health, right? Then that will also happen at the start of battle, and so I will be borrowing that creature's artifact twice, effectively, or a time and a half, I guess, for the sake of my base stats. So I can get my Animatus health way up there. And I understand now, I think, like... See, one of the problems with that is that it means that in terms of, like, your ability to multiply numbers as a player, health becomes ubiquitizing. You're just like, well, since I can get health to higher numbers than I can get anything else to, I may as well, like, build a team around health, which is... Yeah. Don't like anything with an obvious answer. I like fucking trade-offs. Trade-offs that make me think, systems that make me reach. What order the HP from artifacts and the SOV gains from Molecular Betrayal occur in, but I assume it's artifact and then Molecular Betrayal. That's what I would assume. The commander says your DH, more HP, but also... Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, I haven't unlocked any creature skins yet. Let me see. Greybeard, huh? Greybeard the Greyhound. Well, I could be a monkey. I'm thinking I'm gonna be a monkey. Erratic cloak. I think I'm gonna be a monkey for a little while, because we all just feel like monkeys sometimes. Now let's see if I have another way for... Eh. Guess I really don't have much I can do with this, huh? Bandage. I guess I can kind of sort of put, like, can I... Oh no, I can't flip the accessory vertically. I can put it on his arm there. I give him a band-aid wristband. There we go. We're correcting this artist's ellipses is what we're actually doing. Well, okay, you almost got the ellipses on the wrist ropes correctly, so we're just gonna sort of make a little minor correction there. Okay, excellent. There we go. We did it. We did it. Everything is good. All right. Yeah. So that's a lot. The team is definitely working. I don't know if I'm going to... I don't know if I'm gonna... I think maybe if I'm going forward with Realm Instability on, I think I may turn Realm Instability off for a little while. Like, maybe... So I think I may turn Realm Instability off until I get to floor, like, 175 or 200. Because I know that all the monsters become available at that point. So I may make it up to, like, 200. And then traipse back through the realms and grind a little bit and sort of get a feel for the breadth of options available to me for team building, at which point I may reassemble like a team with the same underlying theme, the same thematic impetus, and so big goddamn Animatus carries the team, and then push forward with that. I think I probably have to do something with regards to like emphasizing my Animatus ability to cast Corpse Explosion and sort of building off of that. The slaughter stat gain seems not necessarily terrible, but I think if you're not packing sort of a twofold advantage off of slaughter, you're probably not going to. So like I need to be doing something else based on resurrecting and or dying, like triggers based on rezzing and dying, if I'm just going to use slaughter, because using slaughter to just leverage stat gain seems like there are probably better ways to gain stats with less investment. But thrive on death means that I'm going to get a lot out of that, so I want to lean into that, which means I just need to figure out where exactly else I can leverage, advantage on slaughter. So if everything's going to die anyway, I might as well have something like happening on resurrection when they all come back, or something happening on death. Post story starting at 70, you'll get new special trait. New special trait? Every 5 depth, and at 240 there will be a special milestone. I'll explain nothing further, but basically choosing to climb first is perfectly fair. Yeah, I think maybe I'll grind up to 240 before I pump Realm Instability back up to 5 and try again. I think I could probably fairly safely continue on Realm Instability 1 through 3, but I think I may rather have the monsters unlocking in kind of a sensible order relative to what I'm doing. Anyway, it has been fun. I don't know if I will stream tomorrow, but I'll post my stream everywhere when I do. I'm trying not to like flood the thing, so I keep deleting my old posts on Reddit and then posting again. It's like the idea is not to flood the fucking place with advertisement, but just to put it there because I know that people have been trickling in and enjoying it, so I want to make sure that people know when I'm going live, but at the same time, I don't want to just like come across as some kind of weird shill. Anywho, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks for stopping by, guys, and everybody get a good night's sleep, and have a good couple of days, and I'll probably stream again within the week. Look forward to it. See ya.